Anyan? Yes, I know there's something very wrong with my setup and it's all blurry and running at a low frame rate. I'm trying to fix it as I speak. I have no idea why it's at low frame rate though, all I know is why it's blurry. It's always at a crap frame rate. Hi! Welcome! Welcome! Hi, why is reverb still on? Oh my goodness!
Cheese.
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 Cheese!
Long Yook squints with a thoughtful frown, weighing thoughts from upside down. The screen stays blank, the bytes unclear, and the small one's brain shifts into gear. Bit by bit, she makes it display with quiet persistence and no delay. The LCD blinks, her work begins, Yook builds the code while the worm quietly wins.
That's so cute! Long Yook squints with a thoughtful frown is possibly the most unrealistic part of the whole thing, though, I'm afraid. Just implying that the Long Yook thinks. I guess she thinks a small amount. Hello! Hi, virtual tape! Hi. Welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Welcome Stu? Welcome B-Top? The Aosoda emotes? Seeing you using the Aosoda emotes still feels like two worlds colliding or something. Hi Azrael, welcome. Hello, hi. Hi 3213, hello, thank you for the pants. Thank you for the pants. The pants as well, Aspect Dunk. Hang on, off screen, I'm quietly, it's not quietly in the slightest because I'm talking about it right now. Trying to fix the issue, which involves recompiling my Unity streaming setup, which I already did today, but then completely forgot to change this thing. I'm doing it off screen right now. There it is. There's the thing I've got to change. Get out of here, PNG tuber plane. We're not PNG tubing today. Recompile this shit, but you can't do right now because I'm on the screen. Oh, wait. It's suddenly gotten to like a high frame rate just from me talking about the idea of recompiling. Wow, holy crap. But yeah, welcome B-Top, welcome Azrael, welcome Nuge, and Cabbage, and Dieter from Spronkits, welcome. I saw you asking this very question in Fizzbuzz stream just recently. Should I make a grilled cheese a quesadilla like wrap? Why is it so low pitched? Why are the rooms so low pitched? Hi! Thank you very much, Ezra. Thank you for the resub. Hi! Again. Very much appreciated. But why am I looking off? There we are. There you are, more to the point. No, wait, why did I... Okay, something's off with my calibration. If I point straight ahead, it looks like this. I was also looking up there a moment ago. Anyway, hello. Hi. I kind of need to recompile, which means I need to disappear. Anyway, let me finish the message. Should I make a grilled cheese? I guess a dill, I don't even know how to pronounce that, or a crunch wrap for dinner. Maybe the pulled pork or shredded brisket. Okay, I know what grilled cheese is. I can imagine what pulled pork is. I don't know what shredded brisket is. It sounds like someone stuttered while saying shredded biscuit. Crunch wrap sounds kind of good right now. I would kind of like one of those. Yeah. Let's say crunch wrap, just because I don't know what the middle one is. Yes. Even though I already know that quesadilla is winning based on...
Long Yook drifts with a wagon.
But based on what you were saying in the other stream. Hold on, let me replay this.
Long Yook drifts with a wagon crown, wiring thoughts from upside down.
Vacant.
The screen stays blank, the bytes unclear, but the small one's brain shifts into gear. Bit by bit, he makes a display with quiet persistence and no delay. The LCD blinks. Her work begins. Yook builds the code while the one quietly wins.
Wow, that just ended perfectly with the music. What the hell? Finishing like the climax of the music. Contrapt's not far behind. Okay. But welcome in any case. I'm gonna recompile my streaming setup now, which means I have to disappear into the void. Give me 1 sec. You're gonna get a slight sneak preview of what I've already been working on. Oh my god, I need to use Alt F4 to OBS. That was the wrong thing, that I need Alt F4 to. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. There we are. Also unintentionally tied to the music, but... Okay, compilation on Unity has begun. This might take a while. There you go. There's your preview of it. But this progress bar is absolutely, entirely, 100% meaningless. Owl, welcome, welcome. Hi, Owl, hi. Void Yook welcomes you. Welcome, Cabbage. Welcome, Aspect Dunk. Welcome, Nooch. Welcome, Dita. Welcome, Q's. David, welcome. Hi, hi. And that's it. I've caught up with chat. But I'm still just from the void because I'm recompiling right now. I'm recompiling myself. My very existence does not exist. Wait. Does that make sense? My very existence is not right now. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm not actually sure there will be a lot happening physically today. It might just be mostly, or entirely rather, working on the software. But I can show you while the compilation happens. Oh, never mind, it's just finished. Okay, I'm coming into being. Hold on.
FM connecting.
Ah, silence. Hi. Look how hot it is. It's 1 AM and it's nearly 29 degrees in my room. Yay! It's not yay. So look, I can move now and my background doesn't get blurry. Also, my frame rate is like higher now. Yay! Hello. Hi. Thank you very much for the pants, Yif. Also, Nyan. For the Yif. Speaking of Nyan, it's time for me to catch up on redeems. Is Be Patted redeem gone? Oh, wait, I didn't bring those redeems back. Hold on. Let me bring them back. Hold on.
Shot.
That's off, and that's also off. Okay, they're all back now. From when I was being a PNG tuber and I didn't have any hands. Thank you for the pants, David. Okay, let me catch up on redeems now. One sec. There was a save the guineas from Stu 12 minutes ago. I already did that, so I refunded you. Posture check. Yeah, by the way, the time there is why I'm speaking so quietly. Because people are trying to sleep in the room just behind me. Also, hydration. I can actually have a bottle again, yay! Now that I'm 3D. Time to wake up the people behind me. It's not new, but I'm stopping the music anyway. Oh shit, I forgot to put the reverb on. That was so lackluster without the reverb. Hang on, let me simulate it for you with reverb. Perfect. What else do we have? We had some pats from 3D123, thank you. Some pats from Asriel, thank you. Some pats from Aspect Dunk, some cheese from B-Top, how dare you. And from 0x539, hello 0x539, I wouldn't have seen you here otherwise. And I guess that's basically it. Nuge also threw in some cheese, how dare you. Also. There you go, pats for the Yif. And hello, Yif. And hello, Linted as well. Happy Pride, thank you. Thank you. Finally, I can stop being ashamed. I can remember my stupid joke that I've already posted in like 2 Discord servers. It's the month where I get to be proud instead of ashamed. It's a joke. I'm not actually ashamed. It's fine. It's just like the existence of pride, like, you know, implies the existence of shame, right? For all the rest of the time. Anyway, thank you for the pants, Cabbage. And yeah, welcome in the London. I like your digital clock transition. Thank you. I'm really happy about that as well. I was originally planning on having the digits like rotate around the, you know, like the shorter, how do I explain it? Like this. Then I realized that having to go like this actually like is way more visible. The long way around instead of the short way around. I did it as a joke. I was like, whoop, 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 look how silly derpy, I can do it around the wrong axis. And I was like, wait a minute, this actually looks kind of cool. I think that's how I did it. It was not a creeper, David. But yes, the Pride Month has begun, which means the RGB spotlights are going around me. And I have the old lesbian pride flag again. Lesbian pride flag. All cool things come from derpy ideas. Maybe. Nudge this music down in volume a little bit. Oh my god. Time to make that a cooling suit I sent you? Yeah, there are like... You can have a lot of cool ideas, but unfortunately actually making them reality is difficult. And the heat has to go somewhere still. So like, you know, it's just gonna make the room hotter if it's removing it from me. Or if I need to dump the heat outside, then I will need to have a window open and then that lets the pollen in. Ah! Yeah, that's why I haven't been streaming that much recently, aside from sleep issues, is hay fever's been insane. Today, finally, starting from last night actually, it was like cooler. Sorry, not cooler. Well, I was slightly cooler last night actually. But also the pollen has calmed down is what I meant to say. This weird cat is so darn cute. No, you non-weird cabbage. Sleepy Yook? Yes, always and forever. Wait, that just reminded me of a song. What was that? Together forever, no matter how long. From now until the end of time. What was that? What was that from? Was that from the Pokemon movie? It's ice-based, no active cooling. Interesting. So the heat originally came from the freezer. Oh, not from the freezer. Well, I guess technically, yeah, from inside. Misaka! Hi! Welcome! 2 kilos per hour. I don't know how much ice... But 2 kilos would be like 2 liters, right? That's a huge amount. Anyway, hello, Misaka, thank you very much for the pants. Wait, it's an Uno reverse card on the tail. Thank you very much for the resub, Misaka. I feel like I need to show this on stream because it got ruined, obviously, by my setup. I'm pressing the button. Boop! Wait, what's it even gonna display? Oh, it shows the correct thing, that's good. More by luck than judgment. Look at this. Hang on, let me just make it so it's actually visible in one line. The card reversed the tail. I don't remember how I usually have this positioned, something like that. But yeah, let's take this opportunity to have a look at some stuff that I've already done. I spent 3 evenings working on this crap before I finally got it working. This is not LCD related, but it is STM32 related. Yeah, hope the music's alright. Hope everybody's alright. Yook Indianness. The Indianness got changed mid-value. Oh my goodness, hold on a sec, I'm making something worse. The story of my life. Okay, there we are. Take a look at the stuff. Yeah. Speaking of cooling myself down, when it gets really hot, what I often do is I just have like a bowl of water under my chair that I can just sort of have repeatedly either have my feet in it and then like have them out, but then there's like always a fan blowing like down there anyway, and then like, you know, something evaporative cooling, something feels cooler when you're you know, wet. But I have to say this in a way that doesn't sound suspicious. A water bowl for the cat. Yes, exactly. Speaking of which, in case there was any doubt about it, this is not the stream where I'm raising money for a cat charity. I wanted to get my sleep schedule better before I do that, in the hope that I can ensnare more people and hopefully, you know, embrace the chance of raising more money for a charity to give cats a better life. but that's not this stream, not this stream. And yeah, my sleep schedule's not good right now, that's why. Thank you for the hydration. Yeah, indeed. I was thinking I should probably like get some kind of integration, right? On my streaming setup for when when a donation is made, like an actual donation to the charity is made. I'm assuming that there are API things for that. But I've never done a charity stream before, so. Oh no! Okay, she's done. I thought she was saying something about a pancake at the end for a second. Whoops, sorry. The original Yuki redub, or Yuki dub, before I even had the Yuki prefix. Hi, welcome, welcome. Also, yes, exactly, capture my audience. Oh. Also, hi, Spray Rider. It is very late indeed. So the code right here is stuff that it took me like 3 evenings to work out how to actually, well, to make work. So that involves these little things, but mostly all of this crap and this crap. Oops. And this line. For a while I was like trying to get this stuff to work, which includes modifying this register, which begins with poor. Wow, what should I say? Hey! Hi, Sunpraiser, welcome, welcome. Disco shaded? Yeah, it's Pride Month, so I have to have RGB spotlights. Welcome in, hi, Cool Coding Cat, as well. How was stream, Sunpraiser? Let me see what you're up to. I don't know why I accidentally put an S at the end of your name when I was doing a shout out for a sec. I backspaced it. Software game dev. Pat. This avatar is so cute. How'd it go? How'd it go? Hey. How was it? How was stream? Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate the raid very much. I've barely begun explaining what I was doing off stream, which doesn't entirely relate to what I'm going to be doing on stream anyway, so who really cares? But I put it up on the screen, so now I've got to explain it. Briefly. Excuse me. But yeah, hello, hi, I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat. And also I'm being quiet because it's like 1:30 AM. Also, I'm dying, well, almost dying. How close to dying am I? Let's find out. 74%. Some of those with these are for those white bricks one freezes down. White? What, you can have like white bricks? Oh, do you mean like the ice block thingies that are like there's some kind of liquid or something in them? What do you say, salts and water? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think we have like a couple of those. I think I remember using those when I was doing the cheese taste testing stream to try to keep like a cool bag cool. Spent 3 hours trying to figure out whether or not the texture mod I've been working on for Stalker is worth it or not. I see. I don't know that game. I've heard of it though. Did it work? Oh god. What was the upshot? Did it turn out to work in the end? I hope it worked. A really low poly flopper cat. Flopper. Was Flopper a no, Flopper was not a serval. That was a different cat. That was Soga, right? What kind of cat was Flopper? I know it's one with like the floppy ears, but I don't know what type of cat, what name it is. Hi Stu, hi again. Oh no, my nose. So yeah, all of this code here. Oh yeah, right. So I was trying to get this code to work, and this code is supposed to put the STM32 into like a very low power state. So basically, the idea is, I'm gonna be drawing some frames to an LCD, but like not non-stop. Maybe like 1 or 2 per second, right? Thank you for the pants to you and the posture check. Oh, Caracal! Okay, thank you. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So yeah, the idea is that instead of like drawing a frame and then just going into a tight loop saying, is it time yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Just checking to see if enough time has passed, like just basically going in a tight loop as quickly as possible. Waiting until it's time to draw the next frame. What I can do instead is go into a sleep or stop mode, depending on which part of the documentation you're referring to. It will either be called sleep, it'll either be called stop mode or it'll be called deep sleep mode. But either way, the result, oh yeah, and then you set up a timer just before you go to sleep to say, hey, wake me up in like half a second, which is like, you know, sounds ridiculous if it was a human. But yeah. And yeah, so basically that involves trying to set a register that begins with pur, and I didn't realize that I had to actually turn on this peripheral called pur in order for the changes to these registers to have any effect at all, and that's the reason why it wasn't working for some time. Anyway, so now instead of using like 300 and something microamps, it uses about 2 microamps when it's in this sleep mode, which is insane. Yes, 2 microamps. Really, yes, really. Not milliamps, really microamps. It's insane. Anyway, let me catch up messages. I said from 8 AM to 4 AM. I did see that message in him. I just, I needed to say this. 8 AM to 4 AM, that is amazing. I wish I could sleep that long, holy crap. Curious about how long 2 kilos of those will keep one's skin at 18. You're gonna need some kind of mixing thing, I guess, right? Because like I'm not actually going to want my skin to be at... I mean, 18 would be nice. I'd rather have it be 18 than, you know, minus 10 or whatever. Anyway, that's not what we're working on this stream. We've got this little thing working, and also at the end of the last stream, on the other note, I got kidney stones. No, I'm so sorry for you. I'm so sorry. So at the end of the last stream, we ended up with this. Look at this little Long Yook. Look at that. Sorry. So this is for a project I'm making called Pet Long Yook, or it might be named Long Yook Park. I'm not sure yet what it's going to be named. And yeah. And this was just like I sort of brute forced, like hand converted an entire bitmap into the format needed by the LCD library. Since then, I've made a program to convert any like image into the text for the code, the C array definition thingy that defines these groups of 8 pixels, which is how the format is. And here's the entire thing, except not really the entire thing, because I'm using FreeImage to load the images of different types. But yeah, it basically does that. And it doesn't just do the color, it also does transparency if there are transparent pixels, which is what this is. So this is an RGB quad, which has got a red, green, blue, and so-called reserved value. This is like a commonly used data type. It's just a 32-bit thing for 8-bit values, which is like a regular way of storing bitmaps in memory, at least on Windows. And FreeImage puts the alpha value if you load a transparent PNG into there, so that's what this reserved thing is all about. And it just looks at the green to decide whether it's on or not. Anyway, the reason I'm looking at transparency is because I modified the LCD library to be able to, like, draw transparent bitmaps. Meaning, if you tell it to draw a transparent bitmap, like a transparent sprite, on the LCD, when there's already something stored on it, it will preserve the background in all the transparent areas and only change the opaque areas. And then you end up with something that looks like this. If I draw like this pattern on the background, and then I tell it to draw this transparent sprite, which I included like a little empty area around the outside, then it looks like that. So yeah, transparent things are now possible. But that library is for the Arduino, and I thought, well, I guess I want to remake that library now for the STM32. I could like try to convert them. Time to make the program to take only 1.5 microamps now, and you go. Well, when it's in sleep mode, maybe. When it's running, it's like 300 and something. Including all of these things running. I mean, this is like basically nothing. This is also practically nothing. This uses a little bit. And that uses a little bit. And I guess blah blah blah. I don't know how much that uses. Anyway. Hi Chris, welcome. Reminds me of an old Nokia. Guess what? It's the same LCD as they used. But don't tell anyone. It's top secret. It's not top secret. It is the LCD used on those phones. Still being produced and put onto PCBs, and you get them for quite cheap. It's pretty damn cool. Yeah. You need to read the link. There's a heat exchanger that is cooled by ice. All those freezer blocks. The heat exchanger mixes a mixture of... Okay. I see. Ah. Oh my god, my nose is so bad. Well, unfortunately I don't have any of the skills required to make something like that. I think I'm just really bad with real life things. But, yeah. So, I thought, I guess I now need to remake that library for the, STM32. Because that library is for an Arduino, and it's in those photos it was being controlled by an Arduino as well. But in the end, why are these things still open? In the end, I don't even need these open. Or these, to be honest. Yeah, in the end it's gonna be this little thing. This little thing. Which is an STM32. Much smaller, much lower power in terms of power consumption. Though it can actually go to a higher clock speed if you want it to, but I don't, because I want to keep the consumption down. Anyway, yeah, this is going to be the brain of the Long Yook. Hi Crostan! Did I say hi and welcome to Chris? I'm not sure if I did. Hello, hi. Also hi and welcome to Crostan. Hi. How am I doing? I'm very hot and I'm kind of tired. I'm very hot. Have I got any closer to dying? No, I'm slightly further away from dying now. It was like 74 or 75 earlier, I don't remember. Hi again. Thanks, hi. Okay, I'm gonna close this because I'm running out of space in my taskbar. And, you know, I don't need it. I'm gonna close this as well, and this. I think that's all I can close right now. So here is the library folder, and here is this. This is the thing that I changed. The font is now appearing much smaller than it should be. That's annoying. So I made this version of the write bitmap function, which, like, the way it works is you have the transparency pixels, the transparency byte stored first, and then the color byte next. And so what it does first is, I guess this comment explains it. So if the pixel should be visible, so it's not transparent, but it's opaque. So 1 bit here means that it should be transparent. Basically we AND any existing value on the canvas with this. And so then if the sprite, if what's stored in our sprite is 1, then that preserves the value. Clunk! Hi! Hi! Thank you very much for the resub. How are you clunking? Welcome, welcome. Maybe breathe on the sensor slightly so it cooled down just slightly. I don't know, the sensor's like all the way over here. It's so far out of range that my hand tracking can't see it. Imagine my hand moving like 15 centimeters further to the right. That's where the sensor is. That's crazy. I should be reasonably further south, and it's only 21 here. This is inside my room though. It's not that temperature outside. It's always hotter in my room, except for that one time, like 2 years ago, where it became over 40 degrees for the first time on record in this country. And that's like the first flipping time that thankfully it was cooler in my room. It was still awful, like it was still in the 30s, but thankfully it was not in the 40s degrees Celsius. I might have actually died. Anyway, so this first byte here stores transparency, or I guess, yeah, no, transparency would be the correct name for it because 1 means it's transparent and 0 is not. So if we basically, if the pixel should be transparent, then the bit is 1, and because we're ANDing the existing canvas value with the, this is just a pointer to a region of 8 pixels on the canvas. Everything works in like columns of 8 pixels. That's just how the format for the LCD is, like the protocol for sending it the data. And if you AND something with 1, then you're preserving it. If you're ANDing it with 0, then it's going to become 0, because anything AND 0 is 0. And after that, we come to the next byte, because it's constantly swapping between transparency, color, transparency, color, transparency, color. So after transparency comes color, and then we just OR whatever value, like logical or bitwise, or I should say, sorry, with the whatever the current color on the canvas is, which might just have been cleared. So if this is meant to be a visible pixel, then it will have just been cleared, and now we can just set it to whatever the color should be. Otherwise, if it should be transparent, then this will be 0. My conversion program makes sure that if a thing should be transparent, then this will be 0. That way, this will have no effect if it's transparent, because this will be 0. It'll just maintain whatever color it was. Anyway, and then I like looked at the license for this, and I was like, do I like? I've already seen that I'm not happy with a few things in here, right? And I changed a few things, I think, on the last stream, in fact. So I was like, like I've already got the data sheet, and I've already like started to understand a bit about how the LCD works. And it's this library already has stuff like drawing rectangles and lines, which I don't think I really want. And it's even got like text printing built in, but that's for a monospace font. Thank you for the pads, Exia. Hi Exia. So it's got like commands for drawing a monospace font, but I want to have a variable width font, which I already designed. And so it's like, why don't I just write my own goddamn library and not even use this? Maybe use this because this passed my own code, but... And I don't even have to worry about the license, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. We're just gonna make our own little library. Whoops. one that doesn't like keep on having to turn a chip select pin high and low and high and low and high and low every single time it's doing something as well. Oh, by the way, I tested that as well. I tested whether the code for the Arduino still works when I just like force the chip select pin or chip enable pin on the LCD to be like active, whatever active was. I think it's actually low. I think it's active low. But let me get the datasheet up front. Anyway, it works fine, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about a chip select pin. We can just keep it low all the time. Where am I? Oh my god, I'm so lost. Where am I? Datasheets. Bloop. Here we are. But yeah, welcome next. Thank you for all those headbands. Oh my goodness me, I don't think I deserve them. Also, hi Ninja, thank you for the bands as well. Hi. Let's see. Is it active low? It is active low. Nice. This line above it meaning active low, so... Alright, how about we just try to make our own little library? I don't think I'm gonna get a chance to test it tonight, but I think we should start doing it. It'd be kind of fun. I'm gonna copy those values that I ended up using as well. Actually, you know what? I will copy the parts of the code that I flipping changed because it's mine. So these comments. Oh, actually, I need to add the comments. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. We are gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna delete everything apart from the comments. We add a new file. This is gonna be... what should I call this? Let's call it... lcd.cpp. Bloop! And we can delete all of this. Oh my goodness, I can't. Bloop! There we are. Wait, where's my one? This is the only part that I wanted. Why am I having such issues with alignment? Okay. So, alright, first of all, we're going to want to initialize the LCD. So... thank you for the follow, Ekuna. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Ekuna, maybe. Welcome. Let's get rid of this as well. Be gone. So yeah, we have a few pins on this LCD. Not most of these, only a few of these are exposed on the board. These ones. I don't know if I'm going to be using the backlight. And voltage in and ground are just like permanently connected, of course, to the power supply. Chip enable is also permanently connected to ground to keep this enabled all the time. So the only ones we care about are data in and clock. And this is going to be controlled by SPI from the STM32. STM32 has like hardware SPI support, which is a way of like very efficiently, as in like quickly with little overhead, clocking in 0 data. So in other words, you pulse this pin. Every time you pulse this pin, this LCD will read the value that's currently on this pin. So you just like put something on this pin and then toggle the clock, and then put another thing on this pin and then toggle the clock, and just, yeah, there's hardware support on the STM32 for doing that really quickly. So I'll definitely be using that. I was having a read about how to use SPI, the registers and stuff, in the datasheet, the STM32 datasheet, but I haven't tried it yet. And then we care about this pin here and reset, and these are the only two other pins that we care about. This one says that what we're clocking in is either data, D, or a command, C. So data meaning that we're like describing pixels, or a command meaning that we're changing something about how the LCD itself works. We might be setting up like contrast or jumping to a new position to start drawing at. Because I want to make this library only send data for parts that have changed. I think I'll be able to save some speed save some time by only changing the parts of the screen that have actually changed, only resending parts that have changed. So I actually wonder if that'll save much time. I'm trying to think about what'll be on the screen. If we just have the little Long Yook along the bottom and she moves, then we don't need to keep resending the top part of the screen, you know? But in the end, there probably are going to be like trees in the background. I want it to be like a little bit of a parallax effect so that as she slides along, the trees sort of slowly shift across the top as well. So in the end, we might actually be redrawing a lot of the screens. So. But just resending the parts that have changed, I might just be able to sort of build that into the library almost, not quite, but almost for free. Basically, you just sort of, by keeping track of every time you draw onto the canvas in memory without sending it. Oh yeah, right, I guess I should explain. I was going to do the same thing the library did, which is not a revolutionary idea. It's just what you do if you want to avoid flickering. Basically keep a buffer in memory that describes the entire state of the LCD. And then you make draws, like you make draw calls if you like, that put pixels on that canvas. And then when you're done, bam, you just blip the whole thing over to the LCD. So what I might do is when you tell it to draw a sprite, it just keeps track of like what the leftmost thing that was changed on this row is and what the rightmost thing that's changed on that row is. And then when it comes time to update the LCD, if like the min and max positions are like outside the screen, then nothing's been drawn on that row and it doesn't need to send it, and we can just skip that row entirely. And if you've only drawn like a small rectangle in the middle of the screen, then it can like jump the LCD's cursor, if you like, the current position to like somewhere around the middle, draw out a few rows, and then that's it. Or a few columns, and then that's it. That's the entire row done. So just only updating the little regions that have changed. Could be a big time saver, depending on how fast you can get SPI going. So the clock on the STM32 is going to be probably at 1 MHz. Currently I have it running at 1 MHz. The current consumption that I was quoting earlier of like 300 and something microamps is when it's running at 1 MHz. And I think I remember reading that the SPI, the maximum clock speed for SPI is half of the CPU frequency. It's a 500 M board, basically. And then just the question is how many bytes does it take to describe the entire LCD? And the answer for that is 84 times 48 divided by 8. 504 bytes. Or I guess that'd be more useful to think in terms of bits. So we'll probably be able to get something like 124 FPS just purely based on the speed of sending the data. So obviously it's going to be, we have to like actually create the bitmap that we want to send. And this is like absolute maximum, like super best case scenario. So I think we can probably halve that if we want to be on the more realistic side. But it's probably still less than that though. But anyway, so what I'm doing right now in the circuit, did I ever take a photo? I don't think I did I? Oh my. Uh-oh. Wait, why is it not controlling my voice? Okay, hold on, I need to restart my audio setup, it's broken. One sec, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay, there we are. Wait, is it working? Maybe. Tracks. don't know why the CPU usage is so high right now, but just for the audio stuff. Thank you very much for the follow. ZX F-Series, is that 6? F-Series
6 it is. Okay, it worked. Sorry about that. You got it. You got a little bit of the evilness. Why am I evil anyway? I just said F06s. We have 2 people now who've been present in the stream today whose names are hex codes beginning with 0x. I need to see what F06 is. Because the other one was 0x539. When you look at it, it's elite. So what is F06? 3846. Damn, it's not a super obvious second meaning. Hi there. Thank you for slight evilness.
You're welcome.
I don't know if you can see in this photo. Oh, you kind of can actually. Up here at the top. There's this resistor here. And this is joining this pin to this pin. So far left to far right. Which is reset. So this is like pulling reset low by default. And it's active low. So basically it's going into reset mode by default. That's because of this rather scary warning. Or was it caution? No, it's not that one. That's a scary one as well, but... there it is. A reset pulse must be applied. It might be damaged if it's not properly reset, and you gotta do it within a maximum time of 100 milliseconds after the power supply turns on. So I'm just putting it low by default. Because this is being pulled low with a 1 mega ohm resistor, which is a super tiny current being passed, it's basically 3 microamps, 3.3 microamps, right? It's 3.3 volts divided by the 1 million ohms is that many amps. So that's microamps. Sorry, that's milliamps. That's microamps. Yeah, I mean it won't be pulling that much current in order to pull it low, but the STM32 is going to have to overcome it to pull it high, and in doing that, the STM32 will pull 3.3 microamps. Alright, let's get this out of here. Be gone. So the first thing I want to do to initialize it is to turn that pin high. Actually, before I do any of this, we need to decide on what pins we should be using. We're using a few pins currently already. One of them I can't change because it's the pin that the pulse width modulation timer uses. So the timer that's doing like the audio output by pulsing on and off really quickly at like 62.5 kilohertz. That is this pin. Let me just get this text file that shows what all the pins are. Bloop. Yeah, so this is this one. This pin. So it's on port A, and it's bit 0 of port A, which is numbered 6 on this board. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this pin right here. This pin is where the audio is gonna come out of, basically. Just gonna need like low passing and amplifying, but it's this pin. Also for SPI stuff, we need to use specific dedicated pins as well. We can choose this pin by the look of it, or this pin for the SPI clock. So that's what'll be going to the, you know, this pin on the LCD, and then the MUSI, Master Out Slave In, or as some people want to say now, main out, sub in? Is it sub? I don't like the word main is fine. I'm really happy. Like the M makes sense to me. Main and master have like the pretty much the exact same meaning, but sub, I feel like sub is not a great alternative word for the slave, because it's like sub already has like various technical meanings that like could be a little bit confusing as a stand-in. I wonder if there's any better one that I could think of. Because like, you know, if you have like a subsystem, then that's like, yeah, that's like a, that might sound confusing. S, what could S also be? Hi, hey, how are you doing? Welcome. Hi, how's you? There are also some people who want to rename this to like copy or copy or something, which is utterly confusing to my head, for like controller out peripheral in, which is more descriptive, but like let's not change the letters. What another one for SB? What a different thing instead of SB that has a similar meaning. Oh, secondary! What about secondary? Main out, secondary in. Secondary, but then that makes it sound like you can only have two things. You'd have to have tertiary and stuff. Yeah, there is that as well. Mistress out, sub in. That is also one that I thought of the other day, but I've since then forgot. Thank you for bringing it back into my head. Hi, Nympheus. Welcome. How is the gorgeous and talented Yukia? I don't know. You'll have to go into her stream and ask. So it looks like we can choose this pin or this pin. I think. Is that right? Or it can be either or one or something? Anyway, I'd probably want this pin because this way it's part of port A and this one's part of port B, and you have to like turn on a GPIO port, like an entire port, and turning on another port, so turning on port B in this case, will use more power than if you can just keep only port A turned on. So I definitely want to use this pin, so that's going to be number 13 for the data output. And for the clock, I don't have a strong preference between these two.
Cheese?
Why cheese? Hi kids. Welcome. Thank you for the pass. But not for the cheese. Why is my frame rate dropping to all... terrible right now. I avoided swearing. Oh, I can close Unity as well now. I don't need this open anymore. That might free up a bit of memory as well. It did. CPU hot? No, CPU shouldn't be hot right now. It's in power saving mode. I tried to run this in, which could also be why the frame rate is dropping, but if I increase it, it's in high now and it still looks that bad. I don't know what it is, just something about how OBS tries to capture from my streaming setup, just like, I don't know. It just goes bad sometimes. And then it'll just randomly go okay again. Unrelated to load, unrelated to power mode even. It's very strange. Anyway, so probably it's two of those, one of those, and this one. So let's actually write down which ones I'm going to use. So this is the one I'm probably actually going to use. Actual plan in detail. Sorry, that much detail is it? Wait, I've already flipping written this here. Also, thank you for the posture check on the hydration. Look, I already did this in the past, and I chose PA5. Why did I choose PA5? I don't know why I did that. Did I also say hi, Nymph? Hi, Nymph. That was the stretch. For the use. the use. It's no use. There's actually a use. Cutie cat. No, you're not a cat. Cutie Grim Reaper, something. The soul. The stealing thing. Okay, so why did I even do that? Let's see. Data and command can be any pins. So this is what I was planning on doing before. I've changed how this is gonna work now. Oh my god. Take a close look at that cat. That snout, I should say. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. Let's just say doing this. Let's just copy this entire dad gun thing. Oh my god, that made me jump. Okay, that is actually quite horrifying. Okay, so it's slightly less horrifying now. The stick cam is one off. What is the spookiness though? What is the spooky part of this, huh? I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, there are some things to try to take into account. Okay, sound is this one pin. I always forget how cool a click sounds. With the spooky Yuki redeem on. So PA6 is being used for this, so we cannot use PA6 for this anymore. I don't really want to use PB1 for this, but I can. Why have I put exclamation marks for PA5 and 7? Oh, because it's these two. Okay, so let's take away 5 and 7. We can take away this. We're gradually whittling down the possibilities. Also, pins 19 and 12, yeah, like physically pins 19 and 20. These ones are special. These ones are for SW, so serial wire debug. So it's or serial debugging. Why is it W? Serial wire debugging. Something to do with debugging. I haven't used that yet, but maybe I'll want to at some point. So I might wanna like prioritize keeping 13 and 14 free. Also, another reason why I'll want to do that is because these pins actually start up in a special mode. Every single pin that's like GPIO, so general purpose input and output, so obviously not including the voltage supply and I think it's just that one actually. Ground and that. Not including those ones. They all start off in input mode. And they're like floating, disconnected from anything, which is like really nice and safe. But these two pins are different. Even though debugging is like not enabled by default, the pins themselves start off in a different state, which you can change of course, but like for a brief moment between when it powers up and when your code starts running, these will be in a different state. So, you know, which may or may not be a problem. So I might want to prioritize not using those. Why am I seeing PWM can be A012? Okay, so sound is PA6. PA6 is the timer 22 channel 1. I guess timer 22 is the one that I'm using for PWM. Did past you get that correct? That's pin 12. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Wait, why have I got? Hang on a second. Why have I got 2 channel outputs of this again? What are these timers doing again? Okay, I'm gonna have to read through all these comments again. Timer 2 is the pulse width modulation. Timer 2 is the pulse width modulation. Timer 2 is the pulse width modulation. Timer 2. Timer 2. PA6. PA6. Huh? Wait, hold on. I'm a little confused. Timer 2 and timer 2.2 are 2 different timers. Sounds ridiculous. I dreamed that you tried to teach me programming, but I didn't understand it. You got frustrated and started to cry. Oh no, I'm sorry. Don't worry, I wouldn't cry. It's okay. Pat, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. Me every day of my life. Yeah, relatable. You know what? Pats for Hunkin and pats for you. There we are. I'm patting both of you at the same time. Take the pats. Take my pat. And having just closed this thing that I haven't closed in ages, let's reopen it. So I'm using 2 timers here as well, if I remember rightly. Timer 2.1 is the one to generate the next sample of audio at roughly 8 kHz. Then timer 2.2 is the one for loading a next. So 1/200th the speed of 8,000. Right, that's where the 40 Hz came from. Okay, so it seems like past Yook was outputting a signal on one of the pins every time one of these timers did a thing, just for debugging. I don't actually need to do this. So this pin is actually free. We don't actually need to do this. So let me change the setting up of this timer so that it does not output. Yeah, there it is, look at that. Pin 12, A6 for testing sync. Yeah, so this is just for debugging, so we don't need that. We do not need this. So this here, output on pin is enabled. This one here, we can make 0. So we can just not do that. All we need to do is change that to a 0. And then we don't do that. So this entire thing could just be 0, but this, I have it all written out explicitly like this from when I was learning how to do things. So this is previously that. So this is output and pin is disabled, was previously enabled for debugging. Okay. So this pin is now free, so we don't need any of this. I'll just put it here for now. So this pin is now free to be used for something else. And there's another one here that we're also outputting on. We also don't need to be doing that. The only one we really need as an output is the one that's actually got the super fast pulsing for the audio. Pulse width modulation. We don't need this one. This is one that would pulse every time that this should change. So every time like a new waveform position is coming along in the audio, this does the thing. And the pulse width of this changes. But we don't need this, we don't need this. So this is timer 2.1. So here's timer 2.1. And here it is again. Same idea as before. I turned on the output pin, but now we don't need it on. So let's make that 0, and I'll just say disabled, previously enabled for debugging, and previously blah blah blah. Save that. We don't need this anymore. We now have this pin free as well. Okay, nice, nice. I also don't need this eventually, but right now I am using it for debugging. It's kind of useful. So what I have coming out on this pin is the system clock of the microcontroller. So I can like measure that pin and see what the CPU clock speed currently is. That's what I'm currently using this pin for. That's one of the special alternate functions of this pin. And that's what I'm using right now. But eventually I don't think I'll need that. You made the Ukraine? Nobody did! Nobody did that! Stop! Nobody did that! Hi Joggebro, welcome, welcome. I have big issues with maths and programming. I have issues with maths as well. This is why I like programming, because I can tell a computer to do it for me. Okay, so if we're going to use the backlight, which I don't think I will, but if we're going to use the backlight, then this is pulse width modulation as well. So I can just use the same timer as is doing pulse width modulation for the audio to also do pulse width modulation for the backlight. So this is a way that we can get the backlight to be different brightnesses. The LCD actually has a backlight built in. I haven't taken a photo of it yet. I only got it working the other day when I realized actually you need to connect this pin. The light pin does not get connected to like the power supply. You actually have to connect the light pin to ground, and that's what makes the light turn on. So the one side of the LED internally is connected to power and a resistor, I guess. And you have to connect this to ground to complete the circuit. I was assuming you connected it to power. I don't know if I'll use that, because it's going to use way more current. So the batteries, when this thing was made, it's eventually going to run on batteries. So that'll make the batteries run out quicker. But just in case I decide maybe I'll have the like backlight and have it be able to change brightness, we could use the same timer that's doing the sound to do that. Because this timer that's being used has 4 output channels. So, and each of those can be how do I explain this? Basically the timer is constantly going up and then it's reset. No, actually I think it's down counting. It's going from some value to a lower value. So there's like a this is time. This is where I should get my graphics template. And this is like the counter. C-O-U-N-T-E-R. I guess it's the count actually, but whatever. It goes down, so it starts from some value that I set, which in this case is 63. And it counts down over time. Like actually this is going down in steps, of course. And there are 64 of those steps, but I can't be able to draw 64 steps. And then it resets and counts down again, and it resets and counts down again, and it resets and counts down again. And there are 4 different thresholds effectively that you can set. So right now I'm using 1 threshold for the audio. So imagine that this line here effectively is like, let me do it this way. So this line here, I like the way I was consistently sloping when I was drawing this as well as this. So basically, you can set the timer up so that whenever the counter value is above a threshold, this special pin, a dedicated pin, turns on. And this is like for free. This happens, this is not controlled by the CPU, this logic of this stuff. I mean, you tell it the command using the CPU, and then like that from that point on the timer does this. It's just, this is the benefit of having dedicated hardware like this. A timer. So basically you just set a value, for example here, and I think the way I have it is actually if it's below the threshold the pin turns on. So that means that if I put the threshold really high up, the output is going to be on for like all of this time and all of this time and this time and this time and this time, which is like a lot of time that's spent on, and then it's only off for this tiny little time up here. Or if you reduce this to a much lower one, then the output is on for like only a tiny amount of time and is off for all this time. And there are 4 different ones of these thresholds, and so the way I'm doing it is I'm moving this line around all the time to generate like the different waveform positions. This blue line basically follows the waveform of the audio, and that's how you get the audio to come out. Am I hosting a rave? It's my Pride lights. My Pride Month lights. It's RGB. Also, good night, Hakan. Stay hydrated. I'm gonna do my best, thank you. It was a bit of a pop. So one of these is already doing the audio, but there are 4 channels available. So what I could do if I wanted is have another one whose threshold sits down there, and this is only going to turn on here and here and here. So this one, the second channel, is going to come out of a second dedicated pin, and this one could be going to the backlight. So in this way, we can use this one timer to control the brightness of a backlight, as well as the audio. And the timer just has to keep counting at the same speed all the time. And we can just move this blue line around if you want to change the audio, and we can move this line around if you want to change the brightness, and they should not interfere with each other. Hi Manadono, welcome, welcome. So in the setup of this PWM timer, you can see that there are these 4 different channels, and these are the special pins that you have to use. And this is the one pin I'm currently using for audio. So for the backlight, I could use 7 or 8 or 14, which are PA1 or PA2 or PB1. So for the backlight, those are the ones that I actually want to use. I don't know why I wrote these numbers. I don't know where the hell, like, whose anus I pulled these numbers out of. Anyway, so this is actually going to be either PA1 or PA2 or PB1. Were the ones typed before? Oh, I made a mistake, so I can't undo it. Oh well. Oh. Yes. I don't know where I got these numbers from. Oh, I think it's because I hadn't decided on a timer at the time. Tracking, please. But yeah, hi Mana, how are you doing? How's the Mana doing? Okay. So we can choose between those ones. I do the pad spray. Oh no, Robi's gonna have Wow, she didn't start for too long that time. She didn't just keep on going and going. Just pancake. You can secure to pass it on. Not sure. I think that's a no. I'm going to build a series low pass for my power supply because there's a lot of ripple. I hope I can do it, and I hope it works okay. I believe in you. For a power supply, the only thing, do you only need like... Wait, what is a series low pass filter though? Is just like a capacitor not enough? Or like, I guess, capacitors of a few different values. Hi, BAM! How are you doing? Like the way the music goes quiet at this time. MOSFET or transistor? A MOSFET or transistor? What? A capacitor? Okay, so this is gonna be like TIM2 CH1 2 or 2 3 or 4. Yeah, this one can be any. I need a reset line as well, so actually there are 5 pins. That's not quite true. So this can be any pin, this can also be any pin. This is reset. Wow. Hi there, Pragmatic Programmer. How are you pragmatizing today? In the series to the LPF, so it does the filtering on just the top. Oh, interesting. That sounds big brain. Sometimes I wonder how many poems I've had in here, because it's almost every stream and it's been going so long it feels like I've always done it. I really like them, Nuge. If I ever like say, hey, well that's not true, or something about something, a poem that you write, let it be known, I do actually appreciate them. Thank you. Your second stream, nice! The worst calculator ever. A classic like first project or early project, I guess. I never actually made one though. Now I think about it, I've never actually made a calculator. Ah, jeez. Hi, Hickey Dev. Why must you throw cheese and then rub it in? Also, I ran out of cheddar recently. It was sad. There's a link to the video. I saw it in. Was it an Electroc 240 video? I know that person has done a bunch of power supply related videos recently. And I have watched them, but a lot of it went over my head. EV blog? Oh, okay. I could have a look. But thank you for letting me know that he did a video about that as well. It's also off by 1 pixel, like the Microsoft one. Wait, what? A calculator is off by 1 pixel? What does that mean? A 13-year-old one. Oh my goodness. Ah. Oh, to answer your question, it's alright. I am alright. I'm very hot, and I'm probably not gonna get much done, because I've been waffling for like 1, 2, 3, which is how long I've been streaming currently, apparently, 1 hour, 23 minutes. I don't think that time is quite accurate, but that's what OBS is telling me, which is fun. Thank you! Yeah, I'm really happy about this effect. It applies on like anything behind me as well. Yeah! I can get closer and you see more detail. Until I go too close and then I break through the screen, but let's not do that. What? Ooh. That's the shader effect. I was really proud of that one. I think it's the one I'm the most proud of. Yeah, that's the shader. This whole streaming setup is like made in Unity. There's a load of things I still need to do. There's an eternal to-do list. Making a parser is a foundational step for any programmer. What the hell? A flipping parser? Interpreter? That sounds scary. ASCII lane? Ian? Command line. Oh, I see. Oh, that kind of parsing. Okay, I guess. Thank you! Thank you, Chris. Was supposed to be land. Oh, ASCII land, I see. I thought it was going to be like lane for a second. I don't know why, but Serial Experiments lane comes up in the circles that I hang around. More often than it probably has any right to. Tree sitter is a great ecosystem. Parsec style parser combinators. The only parsec I know is the basically Discord. I don't know why, it just looks identical to Discord, but it's used for remote control of a computer and stuff. Or remotely playing a game, I think. Actually, I'm not sure it works just with a desktop, but it works with like controlling a game or something remotely. Wow! Finn! Hi! Welcome Finn is fine. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Hi. What are you up to? Let me shout you out. Finn is fine. Hi, Irad as well. So I'm being like quiet right now, and I'm trying to do ASMR. It's oh nice. My streaming setup was broken. Hold on. Let me just reappear. Ever since I switched to like event sub, my shoutouts have been very broken. Even though the shoutouts don't come through event sub.
Events connecting.
Silence.
Events.
Shut up. Let me try that again. I don't know why it's works much worse nowadays. Anyway, shout out time. Ta-da! Look. Pat. Ah, come back. Come back. Nope. There. Oh, you again. Wait, is that a Portal reference? How did the software and game dev go? Welcome. Thank you for following Nandu as well. Yeah, that over there, that up there is why I'm being quiet because there are people behind me. Also, that over there is why I'm dying. The temperature's terrible. In my room, that's in my room, that's not outside. It's cooler outside. But I have to have my window closed because, like pollen and stuff. Anyway, welcome. Thank you for Irad, thank you for the follow Nantu. I feel like I missed someone. I forgot my own raid message. I often forget as well until the time is like so low that I don't think anyone sees it. The only parsec I know of is the length of distance subtended by the chord between the angle. Okay, this I can't even take that in. I'm sorry, man. I don't know. That's far too big brain for me to even read. So many new effects since the last time I was here. Really? Some materials in Instamat. Ah. Cute voice and funny too. Thanks. It's quieter than usual. Well, I say usual, but like I'm having to be because my sleep is all messed up. I guess most of my streams are in the night right now. Irad? Oh, Raid? Irad? Was telling me. Oh, Irad, right. Irad, sorry. Was telling me it was possible to overscope materials. What does that mean? Is this in the sense of... Thank you for the pants, Snitch. Is this in the sense of, Wait, what was the material editor you're using? Instamat. I've not tried that. I've not actually even heard of it. Also, let me just give pants to Nuge. Pat. Ah! Wow. You only just got that in time. Also, I have to nyan for Nuge, so here you go. Extra quiet. Shaders, basically, they're not really shaders. I see. Is that like the... I don't know, Blender is node-based, isn't it? Well, I hope it went well. I guess I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat. There you go. That's it. Are you... Thank you, Stewie. Welcome in, Mira. I'm afraid I cannot read Russian, and for that reason, I do need that to be just English-only chat, otherwise I cannot moderate it, and I don't think any of my mods can either. But, welcome. Well thanks, Nooch. Unfortunately... Unfortunately, the rule remains. I can't be relying on people. Hold on. Hello, hi. Oh, thank you for the hydration, Stu. I made something combining both and it's quite delicious. Nice! I don't know what IBC root beer is. Have I ever had root beer? No, I've had ginger beer. Man, I haven't had ginger beer in so long. I should go and save the kidneys as well. Saving the kidneys means going to the toilet so I don't get a kidney stone, even though I'm still going to at some point because I've already had 3 in my life. Thank you though. Bye Mira. Bye. Thank you. I have not had root beer. I meant thank you for stopping by, not thank you for leaving. That sounded incredibly rude of me. Fuck. Hi, Exy Ghost. Hi. By the way, I used to think that, me just saying hi, I'm a weird cat, was just me failing to introduce myself. Like, I always wanted to say additional stuff. That's not what I meant! No! I know, but I had to put that in. I had to add it. I had to express it. But yeah, I used to think that was me failing. Also, thank you for the look, man. I don't know. I used to think that was me failing to introduce myself, but I guess it has unintentionally become my actual introduction. I don't know really how to introduce myself. It's very difficult. I used to say that I like play a bunch of random games, but I don't do that much anymore. I should though. There's some stuff I want to play. I want to replay Stray when I'm doing the charity stream for raising money for cat. A cat protection charity. But yes. I guess I do a bunch of programming stuff, and right now I'm working on like a little hardware. This is fine. Yeah, right now I'm working on a little hardware project. I'm wanting to make a little Tamagotchi style thing. It's gonna use an LCD that looks a little something like this. Oh wait, I can show a better photo now. This. This here is a Long Yook, a creature. Wait, this is the tail? Oh yeah, I made a mistake here with the tail. Here, look, it goes more smoothly into the up direction, whereas here, it's like it's going very hard. This is the one I like did entirely by hand. This is the one that my program converted. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna be using this LCD and it's gonna have some audio output. And this is the first ever project I've made, first ever electronic project where I really care about power consumption because it's gonna have to run on batteries, and I want it to be able to last like some time on batteries, you know, like weeks, ideally. Did I figure out the audio lag? The audio lag. It's the last time I say audio lag? I'm not sure. I think I might know what you're referring to. If you mean like the delay that I thought there was on the stream, I'm not sure if I figured that out, but definitely I've added no new effects since then. Anyway, I'm gonna go and save the kidneys. I will be right back. Yeah, what I'm doing right now is, I guess I should say a couple more things about this. So yeah, it's using this LCD. It's gonna have some audio. This is what the breadboard looked like a little while ago. It looks a bit different now. This is in order to get the audio out, it went through a little transformer. To protect my sound card from this, and to protect this from my sound card. Just like a little audio transformer. And yeah, this thing up here, this here, is an STM32, which is a little microcontroller, one that is designed to be... This is this is the first time I've tried to hand solder something this small as well, which is why this looks an absolute mess. It looked like this before. Every single pin bridged. Then I cleaned it up a little bit and it looks like this now. Anyway, it's a... I guess, and as far as microcontrollers go, it's a pretty new microcontroller. Designed to be very low power consumption. If anyone's interested in the exact one, it's this. Ta-da! I guess I'll drop the link. Anyway, yeah. I Hashtag not sponsored, by the way, but that's just what I'm using. Why am I moving this off screen? Thanks. It's the first time I did drag soldering, as it's called. And yeah, right now I'm trying to decide on some pins because I'm about to be writing a library for controlling the LCD. I know it looks like it's working here, but that's because I'm using someone else's library written for the Arduino. I know how to write my own library for the STM32. Because there are some things about the existing one that I'm not entirely enjoying, including the license. So yeah, let's just write our own. It shouldn't be a huge difficulty, I think. I've got the data sheet for the LCD already, so you know. Yeah, anyway, that's something that I'll probably start doing right after I've saved the kidneys. So I will be back. Soldering scares me. Too many hot things are. SMD soldering is kind of scary. I really like soldering non-SMD stuff though. I find it really, like, I don't know, relaxing, I guess? Therapeutic question mark? I didn't in the olden days when I first started, but now that I'm like soldering more stuff from circuit boards and boards that I've designed, I don't know, it's kind of fun. I know it used to be hard though. I guess it's just, you know, time and stuff. The first couple of burns are scary. After the first couple of burns, I think you change. I think you change how you're doing it a bit. Like, you know, this is not me like saying you need to change how you do it. It's just like, it automatically happens. Like, your brain kind of doesn't enjoy the burns and... Anyway. Okay, I'll be right back. I am going to save the kiddies. Everybody else, please use this as an opportunity to drink, eat, stretch legs, go to the toilet, whatever. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 3 minutes? Question mark? Less than 3 minutes? That's like a worst case scenario. I'm gonna run the ads as well because they're only gonna go for 30 seconds and that way they're not gonna interrupt in 22 minutes. I exclusively get burned after I put it down. Oh, maybe you need a bigger work area or like a stand that like makes it harder to do that. Okay, I'll be right back. Pew. ever turned. It's a cutie. I can actually bounce now on this chair without it making lots of noise. Because it's not the same chair. Rave time. Hell yeah! Wait. Why is it not... Hands? Oh my god, the leap motion's having great issues right now. It thinks I rotate my hands. All I'm doing is closing my fists while my hands are sideways. Close. What the hell? It's like my hand gets magnetized to being that way up. Very strange. Those fingers do the fingy things. The fingy things. Grip and twist. What am I doing? Thank you for the pants nudge. Classic chest arm. Mine can go like way through. Ouch. Squish my boob. Okay, so this one's decided already. These are also decided, I guess. PA7, PA5. Sure? Question mark? Why am I not doing 4? Why am I not doing 4? I think I might read the datasheet a little bit more to decide. Like it lists 2 different pins as being possible, so you know. Then I've decided on that. Why not PA4? It's probably because 11 and... Yeah, these 2 pins? The 11 and the 12 there? Wait, where is it? PA7 and PA5. PA7 and PA5. Yeah, these 2 pins are on the same side of the board. And the first 10 pins are on the other side of the chip. The board, the chip, yeah. So these ones are like on the same side of the board, so... Yeah, maybe that's why I chose these 2 rather than this one. Maybe past Yook actually made a sensible decision. I know, it's very hard to believe. And for uploading stuff... There's like a boot pin. Is that marked on here? It's not. Okay, let me reload the Arduino thingy. I have made a little uploader, so this is how I upload things to STM32 via an Arduino. This is not the project. This is the project. So 11, pin 11. Pin 11. That's this one, actually. Ooh. Is that gonna be a problem? No, I don't think that'll be a problem. If you use it as SPI clock... wait. Will it be a problem? It shouldn't be a problem. So with the Arduino... So I'm just seeing if this will be a problem for while I'm uploading stuff on the Arduino. And maybe I'll build in like a way to upload stuff to it as well. Once this thing is like a fully made thing. So the firmware can be updated and stuff. It'd be a bit annoying, you'd have to have an Arduino, but... I mean, it would be possible at least. Okay, so the way this works is the Arduino first resets. And from the moment that this reset gets pulled low, I don't know how long it takes for the STM32 to go into reset mode. Help, I can't stop hiccuping. ST tools. I mean, I'm using the ST uploader in serial mode. And then this, the STM32 program SCLI is what I'm using. Platform IO is set to execute this. And this Arduino communicates, acts as like a proxy between the STM32 and the thingy. So yeah, what happens is we pull reset low. Okay, there is actually a problem here. There's actually a problem, I think. I think there's a problem. I don't want to use... Either I need to rewrite this and like put a resistor in here so that by default this is pulled low, rather than like explicitly through the Arduino, but instead it's just done through like a pull down resistor in a circuit. Oh my goodness. That was the loudest knuckle cracking I've ever done on stream. But yeah, so either I bye Chris, bye. Thank you very much. Thanks for stopping by as well. If you didn't get that in quickly enough, Cool Coding Cat, you can use Prev song for the previous song. The Brit, the singular Brit. Knuckle cracker in the West. Why does knuckle cracker sound like an insult? My nose. I stepped out of my hermetically sealed room. Unfortunately, it's not hermetically sealed. Well, I mean, I guess it's good. I probably would have suffocated otherwise, man. Anyway, here's a problem. I don't want to be explicitly pulling this low if I'm also going to be using this pin for outputting from the STM32. Otherwise, when I output high from the STM32, while the Arduino is pulling this pin low, well, that's a short circuit, and it's probably going to damage both microcontrollers. So I probably don't want to pull low explicitly. I want to do it through a pull down resistor and just avoid using this pin, and or just avoid using this pin. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. Oh my god, I just got edged twice. What the hell? No! I can't believe it. Okay, I've sorted my nose that I muted to do it though. Hi, Okamino. Welcome. You're wonderful. No, you. Absolutely not. Okay, so boot is what we're doing things with. This. Which ones do I want to avoid? Let's see. Having cursed with allergies. I have. So we kind of want to avoid this. Let me add a new section, which is going to be called firmware upload. We're currently using pin 11, which is known as boot 0. So pin 11, pin 11, no, sorry, pin 1. Not really 11, that's for the Arduino. On the STM32, it's pin 1. Pin 1 is... Oh! Wait, that's literally... Wait, it's a dedicated pin! Wait, what? Oh my god, all this time I was looking at pin 11. But that was on the Arduino. On the STM32 side, it's just this. It's a dedicated pin, so we don't... Who cares? Who cares? We don't even... we don't need to use this. Like, we can't even control this pin. It's a dedicated boot 0 pin. Okay, whatever. I guess I'll mark this as... 1 pin, which is, yeah, named boot 0. Boot 0 is boot 0. Reset is pin 10, which is also dedicated to... Wait, sorry, pin 4. Yeah, it's fine. I forgot these are dedicated pins. I completely forgot. This makes things much easier. How am I doing today? Hot, and nose is a little bit silly, but much less ridiculous than it's been the last couple of days, hence I'm actually doing a stream now. As ridiculous a time to stream as this may be, at least it's a stream. I'm not saying I'm getting much done, but by technicality, I'm uploading to Twitch's servers right now, so I think that means I'm streaming. I don't know if it's entertaining, but hope the Arcaminos are doing alright as well. Okay, these two are used for other things. Pins 17 and 18. So these are ones that I want to avoid. 17 and 18. These two. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna upload slash serial. Sure. And for debugging, I kind of want to try to keep those free as well. Oh my goodness, this is actually gonna leave me with not that many pins. I might not be able to do this all on port. Well, we'll find out eventually. So reset, and then we've got like a USART to RX is on pin 18, which is PA10. USART to transmit is on pin 20, which is PA14, port A, pin 14. Okay. So this is two GPIOs. Yeah, the worst time of the year started recently for hay fever. For me, personally. It's always like a couple of weeks around the end of May and beginning of June are just terrible, like super stupid. And that started a couple of days ago. And yeah, right now it's calmed down a little bit. But it's a bit weird for it to only be 2 days, so I'm expecting this to go on for like another a week or two. Last year was the worst it's ever been in my life, because it just kept on going throughout the entire month of June. That was ridiculous. I don't know what it was thinking doing that, but it did. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these ones have to be those two. That's not actually true. It doesn't have to be 7, does it? This could be 7 or it could be PB1. Right, I don't want on port B though, so... Well, let me just write it just in case. So it can be either of these. PB1 for output. And then the clock technically could also be PA5 or PA4. Put this in this order. I'll actually put it in the order of preference. Okay. That has to be PA6. I guess it doesn't have to be, but it has to be one of the 4 channels. Backlight has to be one of those, because those are the other 3 channels. Oh, I should probably mention here this is title 2, channel 1. Okay, so when I say any, what do I actually mean? I mean anything that's not any of these, right? So what other special things do these have? PA1, 2, and PB1? So that's PA1, PA2, and PB1. PA1. There's some I2C stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna use that. Another serial output. Analog to digital converter, I'm definitely not gonna use. Comparator, I'm almost certainly not gonna use. Timer 2-1 something or other. Low power timer input. Okay, event out is interesting, but I probably won't use that. And PA2. I don't think I need to worry about those. Thank you for the luck, Pragmatic. And PB1, PB1. I don't really want PB1 because it's on a different port. Okay, so let's pretend that we're gonna use PA1. And it could also be those ones. And let's pretend that we're gonna use PA5. And it could also be these ones. Yeah, I wonder if that's a good way of writing it. Then we can see what pins are left. Buttons. So this is... if this is one of these thingies... Okay, so the way I'm thinking of doing buttons for buttons that you can press and, you know, interact with the game style thing is with a parallel to serial shift register. So basically you have multiple buttons, let's say up to 8. I don't think there are going to be 8, but let's just, yeah, one of these things will probably allow me to use up to 8. And then, yeah, so this shift register works backwards to most shift registers that I'm used to, but you can get these ones that go parallel to serial, so ones where you can present up to 8 different states on one, and then you just like request it to shift them out, like one by one, and you just read them one by one instead of needing 8 separate pins. So that's what I'm thinking of using. And for that I need 3 pins. One of them is the clock, one of them is the data, and one of them is the latch. And I don't know if there are shift registers that can like detect when a state changes so that I can like get interrupted and say, hey, a button's changed, it's time to read! I'm back. Hi, Devil! Why? Why am I being yeeted? And now I'm being patted. What is this? What is happening? I'm confused. Hi, Devil. Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi. Hope you're doing alright, Devil. 10 out of 10 tracking right there. And posture check. Hi, I'm back. That's a really cute emote. Oh, it's Kongomoka. I hope the levels are in. So I don't know if we're gonna have like a 4-pin, 3/4 pins question mark. I'm not sure I'm putting these in the. I'm gonna shove these over a bit. Ah. 1 instruction to set. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Ah. What have I done? Let me put these back. That was not a good idea. I thought it was gonna look better. It's just I'm confusing myself already. How goes the library making? It hasn't even started. It's literally never ever is what I put in the title. Or almost never. I'm still deciding on which pins to even use, like where to connect things up, which is relevant for making the library. Yep. The derp emote is appropriate. 8-bit, blah 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 blah. So one of them is going to be clock, one of them's going to be data, one of them's going to be latch, and then I don't know if it's possible to get like an interrupt. Of course it is, right? I could just make it so that if you press any single button, I just sort of like AND gate all of the buttons together. And then they just go through one wire. That's completely separate to the shift register. Yeah, that would work. Okay, so these pins don't matter really. I can just like bit bang these, or you know, just bring it in through other pins, manually pulsing the thing on and off. It's just 8 bits. And it's not going to happen super often, so that should be fine. Oh my goodness. Chaos! Hi! Welcome, 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 welcome. How is the Chaos doing? Welcome. Femboy Cabot Pirate Raid Cabot. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Let me do the shout out. That's such a cute cheering emote as well. Welcome, welcome. Let's see if shout out wants to work if I need to restart my streaming setup for like the 4th time tonight. Chaos, Dragon. Hold your breath. Or don't actually, that's the case maybe. I'm doing it anyway. Well, time to restart my streaming setup. Stop using the 3 cheese! Stop using the 3 cheese, you're wasting your money! Pew! Yeah, I can't believe my streaming setup just tried to kill us, Azrael. In Minecraft. On Twitch. I even less understand why the shoutout fails now. But yeah, look at this, look at the cutie, look. Ah. Be gay, do crime. I did see that title before. I did not know the game though. I did notice that earlier. I may have seen the streaming. 5 hours. Also yes, happy Pride Month to you as well. Look,
Giusto, cheese.
I might have just woken people up by doing a weird quiet scream. Sad.
Cheese.
Even more sad. Yeah, that's why I have these circling RGB lights, which you just can't really tell are RGB anyway. Cute screaming? I don't think the people who are trying to sleep will appreciate it. But yeah, welcome. Hi, I'm a weird cat, and I'm currently trying to plan out how I'm going to be connecting various parts together for making a little Tamagotchi style thing, a little electronic pet kind of thing, which might look a little something like this on the display. Maybe. It's a Long Yook on a little LCD. Ah, very low resolution pixel Yook, or Pook for short. Anyway. You are making lots of drugs with city ingredients. Well, I hope you had fun. Also, I'm sorry. I have to keep on muting recently because my nose is starting to be very silly because of the time of year. I forgot how scary my "you what" emote looks. The original. Thank you for the pats. Thought you're hosting a rave? If I could, I might. But yeah, I hope you had fun. Wait, I remember seeing a video about that recently, about some channel that's like, why are all the big studios like being annoyed with successful indie developers and stuff, and it's kind of, yeah, one of those drama videos, but I think it was about that game. I think I remember seeing something like that. Can somebody bully me to go to sleep? Actually, Mike Herman Trout my shit. So I have absolutely no choice but to get my ass to bed and do my job, which in this case, sleep. I figured, that's quite the entry. But also I kind of understand what you mean, although even though I can be put to bed, I still would have trouble getting to sleep. I don't know, would it be traumatizing to say that the stream is ending now? It's not, but like I could say it. Does that help? You can go to bed now. Go! Be gone! Ah! Are they gone? Can I come back? I'm gonna come back. That's perfect. Okay, nice. Good. You should have gone though. Bye! Wait, damn it, they're still here. Okay, hold on, wait. Okay. I hope that worked. Legitimately, I hope it worked. New Year is cute raid. What the hell? Where'd that suddenly come from? Where'd that suddenly come from? Where did that come from? I don't know if that was traumatizing. Hopefully that wasn't traumatizing. Nyan. Oh, I see what you mean. The raid. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I thought that was like the raid message for you coming in, even though I already read the femboy cabins. Oh, my nose is being very silly again. I have to sort it out again. Oh my goodness. Man. Host.jpg. Okay, so if we've used P810, let's just go through everything. Do we even have enough pins remaining to get away with using only pins on port A? So the bits that are available on port A are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There is no such thing as PA8. Then there's 9, 10. There's no 11, there's no 12. There's 13 and then there's 14. I don't think that we've got enough pins. Oh man, I don't think we've got enough pins. That's annoying. But let's see, we've got 1, so we could use 2. PA2. Ah, hold on. Oh no, that's not a good idea actually, never mind. Wait, is it a good idea? Hold on. I might have just come up with a genius idea. Hold on. Okay, so here's the thing. Having extra ports, like banks of pins turned on, uses more power. But I think you only need so the concept of powering a port really means like whether the port is being clocked or not, because things only update when the peripheral is being clocked. So I think the power is only being taken by the updating of the port. So I think if I were to put the reset pin on port B, I only need to adjust the reset value once, and that's right at startup, just to make sure the LCD resets out and then comes out of reset mode. So if I use that if I put the reset pin on port B, I can do the reset, pull the pin high to take it out of reset, and then I think I can power down, as in like disconnect the clock for port B, and I think the pin will stay high, but not be like pulling the extra current for updating all the time. Just whatever current the pin takes by, based on what I've got connected. So I think I kind of want to test that. Let's just very quickly see if that is correct. Let's write some code that turns on port B, turns on a pin on port B, and then turns off port B. Let's see if the pin stays high. So where's port B? Is on. Where's port C as well? First of all, let's see which port uses the least power. Apart from port A, I think port A uses the least power, but we don't have enough pins on that port, so... let's get to supply current. And look at how much different peripherals used. Okay, peripheral current consumption in run or sleep mode. Where are the ports? There we are, GPIO A. Oh, A and B both use a low amount. Okay, port A and B actually. It looks like port B tends to use less, but... Okay, so A and B, we can... Well, I'll aim for B, I guess. Port C though, look at that! Look how much it uses! It's like over double! Hi Nemotic, welcome, welcome! How are you doing? So in that case, I'd want to use port C because it's the most expensive port. And that way, it only needs to be on for a tiny amount of time, then it can turn off again. Right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Although it's only going to have one more pin. There's only a single pin on port B exposed. Ah! Ah! Also, these values are like really, really low. I might not really need to be caring about this. But it's impossible for me to not worry about things, so... You know. Is that maybe true of most arms? I don't know, honestly. I would say it's true of most Cortex M0 pluses. I don't know about any other ones, so I'd say probably not. I would say check the datasheet. But also High Gradient Fox and High Exomotic. Welcome, welcome. Oh, sorry, not Exomotic, just Nemotic. Sorry. I'm so used to saying Exomotic. Okay, out of curiosity, I want to see what happens. This is like I've been nerd sniped by this now, or just I've got curiosity for this. So let me just get rid of this, and we'll just make a new alternative main function that is void, which is I guess you could say int as well, right? Did I make the other one int? Can't believe I'm actually starting to type code. What is this? Test GPIO. And all it's gonna do, what we're gonna call that, and all it's gonna do is turn on power to GPIO B, and then we're gonna turn on the one single bit that we have. Oh, let's do C actually, because it's the higher powered one. Okay, let's turn on GPIO C. And then I'll try to turn on this pin. Oh, hang on, I've got to set up the pin first. How do I do this again? Let me copy and paste my previous code. Yeah, I think that's what I need. So on GPIO C, IO number 14. Push-pull at, yeah, sure, I don't need 25 MHz speed, that's as low as I can choose there. Output, no pull-up or pull-down resistors. And this is pin 2. Oh, it's nice and easy to probe, it's like really close to me right now. So, yeah. I have a clear line of sight to it on my desk, that particular pin. So that's C14. Which is pin 2. And then let's try to, well, we'll disable the clock at the end of this function. Disable GPIO C. And then we want to set this pin high. How did I do that? Set pin, there we are, set port pins high. So the port base is GPIO-C, and the pin mask, this is a little function that I made, and this is, oh, not even a function, it's a macro. So GPIO 14. I should do it. That should do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put like a little delay in here. This sleep here is like not the real time-saving sleep. It's the just wait for a little while thingy. Like burn some power, basically burn some energy. Okay, so if this works, oh, then I should probably just go into like a. What am I doing? Put that here actually. So let's. Oh, this might not do anything. Right. This is what the compiler can optimize away if I remember rightly. Yeah, this might. I don't know if this is actually going to sit in a loop or not. I guess I could just put. You know what? I could just put a sleep, approx, blah 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 blah. Sure, just stuff. Because this is gonna like. Oh no, I don't think this accesses anything volatile either. I bet SparkFun has a bunch of thing.cpp and h files lying around. Was that thing.h? Wait, why is it censoring thing.h but not thing.cpp? What the hell? On account of their products of the same name. They have a thing called thing? Thing.sc. Really? Thing.sc needs censoring? Holy crap, Twitch, please. We're off to a great start. Hi, Zyke! Right, this might not happen, but whatever. I'm just worried about letting it fall out of main, which is not a thing you should ever do in general in a microcontroller. But let's see. We should see the pin go high, and then after a little while it might go low or it might stay on. Who knows? Let's get a cable and my multimeter, and I'm gonna measure this. The voltage on that pin. Okie dokie. I think what I'm actually gonna do is, before I even do this, I'm gonna put a little sleep in as well. Right now the sleep is assuming that we're running at. Well, I guess I could do this. I'm pretty sure this. Wait, what? Oh, that's for that previous thing. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna remove this. This is confusing. 100. Okay. So yeah, this changes the CPU to 1 megahertz. So this will mean that this actually sleeps for the correct amount of time. So this is now actually going to be 2 seconds. By default, it runs at like 2.1 megahertz, I think, which is will make my sleeps last half as long. Anyway, let's click this. Wait, is this? Yes, I think the code that's on the Arduino is the uploader currently. Yes, it is. I saw the LED go on and then off in the way that it should. Oh, my multimeter. Hold on. I guess I can press upload first. Boop. Make sure it's in voltage. There it is. How big is that? Can't be much, right? Why is that 3.5 kilobytes? Okay, whatever. Let's measure from ground. Where is ground? Where is a ground? There's one. Over to this pin 2. Oh, we're currently reading a very weird value of 0.82 volts. What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna press reset. Okay, it's now 0. Wait a couple of seconds. And now it's 0.82. What the fuck? Why are we what? Why 0.82? Ah! What the hell? On the right pin? Is this pin being used for something else? Yeah, it was. What was the mode? Pin 2. Ten, 11, 17, 12, 6, blah 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 blah. Clock output is on A9, so that's not the one. I was thinking maybe it's like pulsing on and off. Wait, this has a frequency measurement mode. Let me see if it is pulsing. Oh god. Nope, it's not pulsing. I was saying oh god because I thought it's gonna wake up people. Why am I measuring 0.82 volts like really consistently on this pin? Okay, ground and pin 2. What the? Seashells? .sc is a top level domain. Oh, maybe. Batch files get censored? Batch files. While one is volatile. Would that work? Interesting. Okay, this is weird. Let me measure. This is super weird. I'm expecting 0 volts or 3.3 volts. At this point, we get 0 volts. When I do this, I get 0.82 volts. Let me turn off the part. Let me just turn off this. I'll comment out this line. So all we're doing is powering up port C, but like not doing anything. So by default, this should be low, right? Let me see if this is actually low. I'm doing a sanity check here. Okay. We're getting 0 volts. And it's staying at 0 volts. Also, really interestingly, this pin shows like a high value while it's uploading, like a high voltage. But like close to 5 volts. Which is very interesting. Is this just like what this pin does? Is it something peculiar to this pin because it's this? Let me look up what the default value of the default mode of this pin is. Or if I press reset, does it go high? It does temporarily go high when I reset it as well, yeah. Okay, is this just a port C thing? Let's look at what the default value for port C is. GPIOX. Output data register. Default is all zeros. Pull up and down register only is changed for port A. For port A. For port A. This is weird. This pin's going high when it's Let's try a different pin. Let's try this one. I wonder if I've damaged that pin. I'm so lacking confidence that I did the soldering correctly. Alright, so IO 15, pin 3, PC 15. Let's try this. Let's move the multimedia over from 2 to 3. What the fuck? Oh, I guess because it's floating, huh? Ah! I think it's because it's like... Wow, okay, I've never actually seen this before. But I'm just touching my multimeter while it's now probing this pin. Which is like... should be doing nothing at the moment. And when I touch the... I'm just touching the red cable on my multimeter. I'm seeing a voltage that goes high. Yeah, so this is like, because it's floating, right? It's set to input mode, so it's like super high impedance. But I've never actually seen this before, where when I touch my multimeter cable, the reading changes. If I disconnect it now... Yeah, so now it's disconnected from the STM32, and I'm touching the cable, it doesn't show a high voltage. When I say high voltage, I mean like 0.49 volts. It's high compared to the 0 I was expecting. Wow, that's so weird. I've never seen this before. Anyway, let's see what happens when I upload this now. Do I get a clean 3.3 volts? Okay, I'm getting 0.1. I'm now getting 3.27. Okay, that's good. This pin's behaving as I'd expect it to behave. I don't know why the hell this pin is like outputting 0.8 or something when it should be on. This pin is outputting 3.28 like I'd expect. That's really, really weird. I wonder if it's damaged. Kind of makes me a little tempted to look at it on the oscilloscope as well, but I don't want to get that out now. Very weird. I'm gonna put a note here. Behaving weirdly. About 0.82. Why can I not? No, volts when high. Really weird. Hi Akakaze, welcome. Sorry, I just slapped the mic. Hi. Sorry. My waving was too enthusiastic. This one works though. And it's staying, but anyway, the point is it's staying high now that I've disabled this. That was what I was originally wanting to test. So yeah, I can just enable it, set the value and then disable it, and it just will hold whatever the last value was. But I won't be able to change it from now on, of course, until I re-enable it. Anyway, that's really cool. Really cool to know. I don't know what the fuck's going on with this pin though. That's quite concerning. And this is the only little STM32 on a breakout board that I've soldered up so far, so I can't even easily test to see if it's just this one. Strange. But okay, we could use this for the reset line. PC15, we can use that. PC15. Just PC15. I'm gonna put a note here, which is like, only need to, enable GPIO-C for a moment and startup. I like how wide this text is. It's wider than all the other text. Not that I have OCD or anything. Okay, so what are the pins? We have PA2 unused, PA3 unused, PA4 unused, 5 is used, 6 is used, 7 is used. Does PA8 exist? It does not. 9 and 10. PA9. 10's being used up here. Do we have an 11? We don't. We don't have a 12 either. And 13 and 14. debug as well at 13 and 14. These two. Interesting. Hope the Akakas is doing alright though. I'm glad I tested that now. So I've got this note on here, rather than potentially getting really confused later. I got really confused now instead, but... Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pins here. Yeah, that's not enough. I mean, I guess I could use this. Actually, no, I definitely, absolutely could use this. Because this is the output from the STM32. So I don't need to worry about potentially interrupting the input. Oh, wait. Wait, it might be pulled high by the Arduino though, right? I think the Arduino probably pulls this high by default, like gently. And because the Arduino is 5 volts, that could be problematic for anything connected. Because the STM32 is going to be powering it with 3.3 volts. This is how I killed one of the LCDs, by the way. I ran the LCD at 3.3 volts and then gave it 5 volts on one of its logic lines. So I'd rather avoid that, doing that again. There might not be a way around this. I might just have to use the other port. Port B1 I could use. Port B1. It's kind of annoying, isn't it? That if I want to be able to upload, I have to like not use those pins. Man. Actually, I just had a thought. If this is the latch pin, could I? No, I don't think I can do that. Could I reuse this pin? Brain blast incoming. I don't know. I'm wondering if I could use the same pin for both of these. So what this would be is either a control from the STM32 from us to the shift register to say, hey, whatever buttons are currently being pressed, I want to see now, you know, latch them, hold it, freeze it, because I'm about to ask you, you know? It's like saying, hold still while I press the shutter button and then transfer the photo, kind of. But it's like a really slow photo, so that's why I have to tell people to hold still before the photo is taken. So in this case, the photo is like the states of the up to 8 buttons. So this is a command from us saying latch. And this one would be something to us from like an AND gate that just ANDs all of the button presses together. As a way to say to us, hey, you need to get out of that. If you're in like that sleep mode, that low power sleep, you need to wake up now. Someone's just pressed a button. We can't wait until the next frame is drawn for you to, you know, to latch the buttons and see what's being pressed, because the button might have stopped being pressed by that moment. So yeah, that's what I want this to do. I want this to be able to wake us, which is absolutely possible. You can use any GPIO as a wake source, which is really nice. I say any, I need to make sure that it's actually any. It's quite a few, quite a lot. I think it's at least 15 different ones. Yeah, so would it be okay then if we... So when we're not doing anything, I think what we can do is the output of this AND gate that is gonna be just like the sum total of all of the buttons being pressed, like if any button is being pressed then that goes high. That could go through a resistor. It's got, say, I don't know, like 10k or something. And when we are like not caring about the state of this, basically we're like probably either drawing something or like sleeping or something. This pin, because it could be the same pin, this one pin will be in input mode. So we're not pulling it one way or the other. Or maybe I'll pull it low, I guess. Maybe I'll pull it low. And then so when this AND gate goes high to say, hey, a button's being pressed, at that moment, in our interrupt handler, what we can do is basically switch this pin into output mode, the push-pull mode, where we like, you know, forcefully pull it cleanly to one value, either low or high. And that's going to completely overwhelm any output from the AND gate that's going through the 10k resistor. And the output from that pin is going to go straight into the what's it called? The shift register. So I guess the question is, and that's fine by the way, it's fine that pressing any button automatically latches the shift register. Actually, that's kind of brilliant that it does. That's like a good thing. Because all we're gonna do in our interrupt is the same thing, you know. Wait, do we even need... Do we even need to be manually latching the shift register then? Can we just have that done automatically by the AND gate and we don't even need to do this? The AND gate just interrupts us to say, hey,
Formaggio.
there's cheese in my face. And also to say, hey, I've just latched a value, can you please read it now? I guess then it comes down to, you know, how quickly the shift register updates. If you have multiple button presses at the same time, yeah, that will be a problem. That would be a problem. Also, thank you for the hydration, Prag. That would be a problem. We wouldn't be able to do 2 button presses at the same time. God damn it. I thought I had an elegant solution for a second there. If you're okay, yeah, that'd be annoying. Like if you're pressing multiple buttons at once, and like pressing multiple buttons at once is kind of a nice thing to be able to do as well. To like expand, you know, like you could have like a shift key and then you can do something else. But I do also like the idea of just having dedicated buttons to make it simpler for the user. 2, 3, 4, 9, 1. Well, we do actually have enough pins there to do dedicated things. We could just do 2, 3, 4, 9, and B1, I guess. That's like using up every single pin though. That's using every single pin. That'd be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How did I come to this total of 15? Did I come to this total by just not including the... Yeah, okay, so we've got 20 pins. 19, 18, 17, 16, and 15. Yeah, okay. Okay, well that's how I got to it. I wasn't thinking that I wouldn't want to use these ones, which I used for uploading. Wait, no, not those ones. 10 and 14. 10 and 14. Really? Hang on a second. 10 and 14, really? No, that's completely wrong. Wait, is it wrong? 18 and 17, it is wrong. Oh my god, I'm making so many mistakes, holy. This one is PA10. And this one is PA9. So PA9 is not available, but PA14 is available. But one of these starts in a weird state. But that might not really matter much. Ah, the Yook brain is struggle. It is. Hi, Tomatolicious. What display am I using? It's this little thingy right here. Ta-da! It's the one that was used in Nokia phones. 5110. Nokia 5110 phones, although the actual controller is this. Yeah. Sorry, this. I mean, that's just the datasheet. I don't want to scroll to the top right now because I'll lose my page. Wait, I'm being an idiot. I can just click back. There we are. Datasheet. What a great page. STM32. I'm using this. Bloop. L0 L031 F6. The L0 series though. Okay. Okay, so it can be any of these. Although, why am I avoiding 13 right now? Am I avoiding 13 on purpose? I think I was avoiding 13 and 14, wasn't I? Okay, let me just check the default state of that port again. Port mode. So, FF... Okay, hold on, let me write this out. Oh, sorry, I was trying to skip, not stop. What the? EBFF... What is... Oh. EBFF... Oh my goodness! Hi! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for the raid! Hi, Atek on Dev. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, hi. Welcome in Pigoli, Pijoli, and Fukesoft. Oh my goodness, I recognize that name. Hi! Welcome. How was stream? I'm speaking quietly because it's like it's nearly 4 AM and there are people trying to sleep behind me. In a different room, thankfully. Hi! PJ. You are. The other person wasn't. But hi, welcome. What are you up to? Let me shout you out. I think on there's a very high chance this shout out will fail, but let's try anyway. Yep, guess what? It's time to restart my streaming setup for like the 5th time this stream. Amazing. Hi, I'm back. Shush. Auto Yuki, be quiet. Ta-da! Aww, that's cute. Pat. Deltarune tomorrow. Oh my god, you're doing work on an overlay as well. That's pretty cool. Nice. This is one that I've sort of been eternally working on. Hi, welcome. Let me slide back into the corner where I belong. I hope it worked. I hope it went well, sorry. I mean, my shoutout command is certainly not working currently properly. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on there. But hello, hi, I guess I should introduce myself. Hi, I'm a weird cat. That's it. Yeah, and right now I'm trying to work on some technicalities of an electronics project that I'm wanting to make, which is sort of like a little electronic pet, like the Tamagotchi. that will just have an LCD and run on batteries, hopefully for some time. The LCD looks a little something like this. There'll be a little bit of sound as well. Probably not much, because the sound is going to drain the batteries quite quickly. But yeah, I'm now sort of trying to work out exactly which pin of the microcontroller everything is going to be connected to by, like, you know, process of elimination of which pins I can use. Basically every pin has some special functions that it can also do, so like I'm trying to like use up assign the things for the special functions that I need, and then see which pins are left that I can use for other things. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyway, yeah, welcome in everyone. I very much appreciate the raid. Please don't forget to take care of yourself as well. Having been streaming for a while. Also, my nose is being very silly because summer is beginning, so I'm gonna have to keep muting myself and sorting it out. Like right now. I'm back. So let's work out which... Thank you. Bliss. Let's work out which mode these are in by default then. It's 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Thank you for the pants, by the way. Have I typed this correctly? I have. So I've got 1 2 3 4 5. So 0 1 2 3 4. 0 1 2 3 4. So this pin by default. Oh my goodness.
I don't know why I'm evil. It just happens sometimes. I don't know why I do that either. And sounds like you're telling a story. I guess. Not the slurps. But what if I wanted to do the slurps? I hope you appreciate this evil ASMR. Sorry. I'm stopping. No! Get away! Get away from me! Ah!
Okay, I'm less evil now. But yeah, take a close look at this snout. I think the sneeze turns her evil. It might as well. It does put me in a crap mood. Okay, so by default all of these pins are in so-called analog mode, which does seem to be floating. This is analog input, I think. Because we certainly don't have analog outputs. I wish we had analog outputs, that'd be making audio really easy. Thank you though, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. When it works, I like it as well. Trouble is, it doesn't always work. Okay, this pin, the fifth one over, this one, is in input mode by default. Which is fine, that's also still floating, so that's fine. That's good. This one at the very end, over here, I'm a little worried about. Wait, are there two here? E, B, F, F. Okay, so analog, input, analog. Okay, now we come to the second row. Analog. 1 0. 1 0 is alternate function mode. This one's in alternate function mode by default. What the hell is that? Oh, both of these are actually. Both of these are in alternate function mode. So that's 14 and 13. And 14 and 13... Ah! 14 and 13 are these ones! Huh! Okay. Interesting. So maybe me avoiding 13 and 14 is actually a good thing. By default, at power up, these two pins are like doing something. Maybe that's not great for us. Maybe that's not gonna be good. Depends what the alternate function mode even is. Okay, so pins 13 and 14 do something by default. By default, something, which I'm about to find out. Time for you to sleep. Enjoy the rest of the streams. Thank you very much. Hope you have a nice rest as well. I very much appreciate the raid. Moi moi. There are STM32s with integrated DAGs. Oh, that sounds nice. It is a debug interface. It is. Oh wait, that's specifically this one? This alternate function? I wonder what that means in terms of how the pin is electrically connected. Is it pulled high or low or something? It might not even matter, but just, you know. Where's my text file gone? There it is. I'll get rid of this beautiful drawing as well. But yeah, hope you managed to get some nice rest. And thank you for entrusting your viewers with me. Anybody else who's coming as well, also you please take care of yourselves as well. You know, hydrate, eat, stretch, and toilet. All the things. Maybe not all at the same time, that could be quite unhygienic and potentially messy. A2, so A2, 3, 4, 14 and PB1. Wait, so am I using 13? Why have I not got 13 in here? I'm confused. Hold on. Actually, oh no, never mind. So this one's not used. 2, 3, 4, 13 and 14. I guess we could just avoid these. Oh no, we couldn't. No, we couldn't. No, I need 5 things. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, I've put this on the wrong flipping line. It's the reset that I need to be at the beginning. This needs to be all the time. So 1 is being used. This, like, I might not even use the backlight though, but just in case I'm assigning it a pin here. So pin 2 is not used, 3 is not used, 4 is not used. 5, 6, 7, 8 doesn't exist. 9 and 10 for uploading. I especially need to be careful with... I guess I need to be careful with both of them. Big brain? I don't know if it's big brain. Hi there, welcome Cockipsy. It's a struggling brain right now. Don't want to use these two if I can avoid it. 11 and 12 don't exist. 13 and 14 are the debug ones. This pin is behaving weirdly, maybe I've just damaged it. And this one's not being used at all, so it could still be PB1, which is that one. So this is all of the pins. This is everything. Behold, everything. Why is PC14 behaving weirdly? 0 volts is 0 volts, but when it's high, it should be like around 3.3 volts. Like for example, this is giving me 3.27, which is fine. It's giving me about 0.82 volts, and it's not pulsing. And this is only using my multimeter to measure. I haven't tried scoping it yet, but the meter has like a frequency measuring mode, and it's not detecting that it's pulsing. So I'm not quite sure why. By default, all of port C should be set to input mode, so not doing anything. Alternate function wise, you know. But I manually set it to output anyway. Of course. If I wanted it to output something. So by default this is an SWDIO, and by default this is SW clock. So I'd guess that the clock might be pulled low by default. Maybe this is also pulled low by default. I could measure it right now. I could just power it up right now and measure it. I'm not touching these pins. So yeah, I guess I could just measure those 19 and 20. 19 and 20, I don't think I'm using those. Let me double check that I'm not. Ah, well, I mean, I'm not in the moment. And then this little testy code that runs. Let's measure, let's see. Hopefully they're being pulled low, if anything. Let's do a little measure. Pin. $19 is high, actually. Pin 19 is high. And pin 20 is low. Interesting. Interesting. 19 is high and 20 is low. So 19 is high and this one's low. Huh. Clook. Also check the register reset values. Yes, that's exactly what I was just doing with this here. So I was seeing what modes they are in. But pin C, port C is like all zeros or Fs, so analog mode. But like I changed the mode anyway. So I guess we could use 13. Probably even use 14. I would hope that this is just like, oh no, maybe if it is in that mode, it is actually outputting. You know, like actually keeping the pins in the push-pull mode. Like it's either pulling it high to ground or to the power supply, rather than just a gentle pull up and pull down. So basically my thinking is if I'm going to be connecting it to the output of something, I probably, well, I don't want to. I probably don't want to connect this to the output of anything. Which is not great, because I kind of need to. I could put it through a resistor. What are alternative function modes for 19 and 20? 19 and 20. Oh, these ones? Can they do pulse width modulation? No, they can't. Looks like they are the USART. I2C as well. I'm not planning on using I2C. There are different I2C ones though, I think. Wait, SMBA? What is SMBA? I only know of the clock and data. What is SMBA? Super Mario Brothers alternate. Pull up and down. Oh, okay. Pull up and down. Pull up and down. Pop Doctor. Oh, they are doing something. Wait, this is kind of nice. 2-4. Wait, one. Wait, why are these ones also in an interesting mode? Okay, so the first one is nothing. Oh wait, you want 14 and 13, don't you? 14 is in 1-0. Pull down, which makes sense because it was 0. And 13 is 0-1, which is pull up, which makes sense. Okay, so it is just pull up and down. It's not like... Well, I mean, it still could be. Still could be in push-pull mode, I guess. But it's, it could also just be the pull-up resistance. I could, like... I could just, with my own resistor, like just with the 10k resistor or something, pull the high one towards ground and see if it goes down to ground. Like if I overcome the resistor, the pull down, or the pull up I should say. And I could do the opposite with the one that's being pulled down. I could try to connect it up to like 3.3 volts through a resistor and see if I overcome that. That would let me know if it's like aggressively being pulled one way or the other, or if it's just a little resistor. Do they need you to sign an SMBA? The SMBA, I mean. The SMBA. What? Also, BRB, doing some impromptu shopping for stuff I didn't know I needed. Quick shopping trick this time. Triple. What are you gonna get? I wonder. Also, hi Fukesoft. STM32s? Should I do it? I think I'm gonna do it. Let me grab a resistor. Okay, so if I were to use a... I think one of the stores had a kayak. Oh my goodness. SMBA is a part of SM Bus, which is like fancy IHC. I see. The A is for alert. Oh, okay. Super Mario Bros. Alert. I get it. Sorry. Okay, I have a 5k one resistor here. So, what would that give me? 3.3 volts over 5100. I'm gonna be pulling 0.6 milliamps. Is that right? Really? That's okay. For some reason, I was expecting a higher value in my head. Well, that's fine. I don't need to worry about damaging the pins then. Super Mario Brothers, activate! Okay, let's see. Let's try. So which one was it? 13 was pulled high, right? Yes. So let's add this resistor between 13 and ground. Oh, sorry, pin 19. Pin 19 on the board and ground. This might be a bit of a pain to get this resistor in. This is a very jam-packed breadboard. One sec. I've got one side in. Why is the other side not going in? What the hell? Which one is it? Pin 19. Go in the hole! There it is. Okay, let's measure. My breadboard is kind of scuffed. It's not very nice to use. Pat. Hopefully it was just a cheap one, but still. Okay, let's measure. Ground to 19. I'm measuring 0.35 volts, so yeah, I've pretty much overcome that. That's nice. So it seems it's just being pulled up gently. That is the right way to do it, right? So like if I were to measure from the pin to 3.3 volts, I should see a big difference, right? Yes. It was super cheap, which is why it's that way. Okay. Understandable. Understandable. Okay, so this is just pulled. Let's just call it weekly high. Not like WEEK. The other kind. And pulling pin 20 up to 3.3 volts with this resistor is going to be even more of a pain in the rectum to do on the breadboard. How the hell am I going to do this one? I might actually have to use a jumper wire for this one. Yeah, let's use this. Let's come from here. Bring the power over to here. Sorry that I'm not doing this on a camera. If I were doing it on a camera though, I'd be wearing the gloves of VTuber anonymity and fumbling even more than I am right now. Okay, so what is it? Pin 20 to low. So let's connect pin 20 to high. Not directly. Okay, there it is. It's actually not too hard. And now to measure from ground, which is there, to pin 20, which is there. Plug in the power. Measuring 2.91 volts, which means I am overcoming its pull-up resistors. Which means it is using the pull-up resistors more to the point. This is a sanity test to make sure that this is working. I want to see what happens if I connect through this little resistor that I've been using for testing this. I want to see what happens if I connect this little resistor between the pin that I'm currently turning on into like the full power push-pull mode, which is GPIO 15, which is this one. I want to see what happens if I bridge that to ground, and I'm expecting to see the voltage not drop much, because it just says a sanity check to make sure this is like actually the results I'm seeing are, you know, stuff. Where's ground? Where's ground? Where's ground? Oh my god, I nearly just connected stuff in a way that would have shorted the 3.3 volt supply. That would have been RIP Arduino, possibly. I'm using the Arduino to get the 3.3 volts. Obviously I won't be doing that eventually, but... This is ground, that's ground. Okie dokie. So let's connect this one, which is pin 3, through this resistor to ground. Okay, it's connected, powering it up, and I should still expect to see a pretty high voltage. So here's ground, and my meter's turned off, and there we are. I'm seeing 3.26 volts. Ah, very nice. Very nice. So it's actually dropped 0.01 volts. Amazing. Amazing. Is it a bad resistor? No. No, it's all good. It's all good. Probing again, a 3.28. Okay, so it actually dropped 0.02 volts. Alright, perfect. Excellent. That has confirmed these are only weakly pulled high and low. So if I were to connect these to like the outputs of something, like the outputs of this shift register, these pins would not get damaged, and neither would the shift register. They're not going to be fighting. These are just a mild suggestion of what the value should be, which can easily be overridden by these. Okay, so I guess that means I can use 13 or 14. I just gotta obviously set the pin mode, but I mean, I would always do that anyway. But... anything worse than cheap red pods are cheap DuPont jumper wires. Oh my god, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Those ones that are like round rather than the square thingies. It's not the shape that's the problem, it's just that I've, in my experience, it's been the weird round ones that have been the horrible cheap ones. I mean, you can still have not great square ones either, but... anyway, nice. That worked. I'm glad I checked that. I crimp my own ones now. Oh wow! What the hell? That's cool. I kind of want to get like a crimpy thingy for like the JT connectors. For connecting, well, anything really, but especially like batteries, I guess. Okay, so we can use 13 or 14. Okay, this leaves like a lot of possibilities. Nice. We don't need to use port B1, then we can just use this, and this. Little had a crimper last month for JST and Japan. Was really shocked. What the hell, Little? Huh? That's amazing. What the? Like in real life? Is Little becoming the new electronics supplier? Since, you know, all the high street ones are disappearing? If not already disappeared? That would be amazing. In the physical store. Little is the new everything. If the everything includes electronics, I'm very interested. Pretty cool. Imagine if it starts selling STM32 or just like microcontrollers in general. Or even just Arduinos, even if it's like educational things and a ready-to-use board. That would be amazing. I don't know if I'd call it grocery. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now I know they're selling flipping crimping tools. Weirdly, only those 2 pins, all the ones around them work fine. Wait, what? Tried to make a custom power button for my PC. Your motherboard pins are dead. Sounds worrying. UK and Germany. Interesting. Crimpers for iron. Wait. I confuse. Okay, this is very reassuring. I can still use these. Iron and diet. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Alright, we can just assign these however I want. I could use PB1 if I wanted, but yeah, you know, if I don't need to enable that port, I can save like 7 microamps, or was it 5 microamps or something? Alright, so 2, 3, 4, 13 and 14. Sure, let's just flip and assign them. Oh, actually, I want to use the low valued one for the interrupt. Actually, you know what? Let me just have a look and see which pins I can use for interrupts. Because when I was looking at these... oh, did I just seriously land on the thing that I wanted to land on? No, I didn't. Where was the... oh, there we are. So... right now, for the low power sleep thing, the way I'm waking up from sleep is, I'm setting up this thing called low power timer 1. There is only one low power timer on this one. And... hold on, let me enable links. I need to put this... I need to share this. If you're wanting to, of course. But one sec, I have to enable links. Okay, you should be able to post it now. It got censored, by the way, for everyone else. I know it doesn't show up like that in your chat, but for everyone else. Okay, it should be possible now, though. Good old ball.com. I know, it's my favorite. If you wanna post a link again, it'll work this time, I promise. Thanks! Oh my god. Okay. No! Wow. Look at this! Look at this! God damn, there's a whole kit! Look at all these different sizes! We've got 4. We've got 4. We've got 2. We've got 3. We've got 5. We've got 6. God, oh, wow, what the... Oh my god, are these just like normal pin headers as well? Is this like a tool that can like crimp these pin headers? Wow, that's so cool! I was using to be me, sucker. Oh my goodness. How dare you? Oh, and these ribbon cables. Oh, I actually really want this set. This is a nice set. So I guess some of these are... Oh no, right, these are not sockets. These are These are what the things look like before a pin is slotted through, isn't it? Or is it not? Wait, it's both! These are pins and these are sockets. Interesting. Are these just like... Yeah, these are just like the pin headers as well. What a nice set! This is like so much stuff that I expected you'd have to search for differently, and it's just like one set for everything. Hashtag not sponsored, by the way. I'm gonna make a... You know what? I'm actually going to post that on my Discord server for myself before I lose it. Posting this for myself thanks to... Tomatolicious in chat. Little sells these. There we go. Very comprehensive set. Well done, random Euro store. Yeah, right. Actually is, I mean, it's not random in terms of fame. I'd say it's fairly well known, but it's certainly not well known for being electronics. Anyway, what was I looking at again? I switched back to it for some reason. Why did I switch back to that? Oh, right, interrupts. Oh, Euros are to me. Understandable. So yeah, this... Oh yeah, LP Timer 1. That's what I was going to show you. I was showing... I set up the LP Timer 1 to do things. And then I also set up... Hey, where is it? Do I do it here? What's the bit where I... What? Well, I guess I could have sworn. Where is the EXT? Am I not accessing EXTI somewhere? Oh, there it is! I'm flipping blind. There it is. So here's where I'm saying, hey, the event mask, as in like I want to enable this event, number 29. Number 29 here is the LP Timer 1 wake up, and then I set up LP Timer 1 to generate an event. Interrupt enable register. And generate an interrupt. Generate an interrupt. Anyway, so you can do this for a whole load of GPIOs apparently as well. And I don't know what this actually means. Like, what does this mean? Can I just configure any GPIO as to say, hey, I want you, for example, port C13. I want you to act as GPIO interrupt number 0. Is that a thing that I can do? I've never tried to do interrupts on inputs. In fact, I've never used inputs on the STM32 at all, except in the form of like for uploading, for like flashing things. Okay, how does this work? How does this work? GPIO. EXTI block diagram. Configurable lines are used by the IO's external interrupts. Okay, so IO's external interrupts. I think the interrupts would be port specific. Would be specific to their ports. Oh, so like for example, it's hard coded, but not even coded. Like it's just hardware determined that, for example, port A1 and port B9 are line 0 or something, and then you just set up an interrupt on one of them and you set up the EXTI line 0, and then either one of those interrupts would come through on line 0, and if you have line 0 enabled, then it'll wake you up, kind of thing. Trick section 12.4. 12.4. Extended interrupt. Oh. Oh wait, this is wait, hang on a second, this is where I was. Ah! How did I just scrolled past this a bunch. GPIOs are connected to 16 configurable event blah blah blah, as shown in 28. A0, B0, C0 will go through to EXTI 0. That's EXTI 0. Oh, or is it IO? Oh no, it's IO1. 3 0 bits. Ah! Oh, that's super cool. So you configure it through the... Well, it's not even an EXTI register, it's a syscfg. What the hell is a syscfg? Is this again where I need to hash include libopen cm3 STM32? Syscfg? I think it is. So I'd need to do like syscfg. There they are, look at those. EXTI CR1. Interesting. Have I heard of this microcontroller before? Oh, sorry, that wasn't to me. That's pretty cool. Wait, you've worked with this before? Or like a similar STM, I guess? Or the exact same one? That's really cool. Let me look up this register in EXTI CR1. Does not show up. CRX maybe? Okay, let's just see. We've got IMR, EMR, RTSR. Is this one of these times where I need to magically know a separate datasheet to look at? Wait, I'm in the wrong section. Is this one of these cases where I need to look at this one instead? Syscfg. Kfg? What? What do you mean kfg does not exist in here? I could have sworn it did. Syscfg is in the reference manual. Okay. Syscfg. Oh, it's an actual working link this time, doesn't it? Syscfg CFGR1. Is that what I'm wanting? No, it's EXTI CR1. C... EXTI CR1, here it is! Oh, I was searching EXTI underscore C... Okay, I see what I was doing. I was putting an underscore there. These bits are written by software to select the source input for EXTIX interrupt. The 0 should come from A, B, C, D, E, holy crap. Or H. What happened to F and G? Wait, what happened to F and G? Where'd they go? Not that my thingy has so many ports, but... Interesting. Wow, yeah, this is super nice. So I could use any pins that I want as long as they're like the bit of the port is different. That's super cool. So for example, I wouldn't be able to use PC14 and PA14 at the same time, both for interrupts. Okay. That's really cool. I've never seen it done before. That's quite nice. I think never seen it done before. I've literally only used Admiral before now. Hi, Hello Tempest. Welcome, welcome. Hi. So we could use PA2 for the interrupt. Should I want to? Sure. Fine. Who cares? PA2. Then this can be PA3. Sure, let's just have it going up like that. I don't really... Ah, hang on. This one actually... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Because when I power up, it's going to be... The LCD is going to be held in the reset state, so... Like, this is impossible to like have an effect at that point. And then by the time we take it out of reset, we'll have set up this port so that this is no longer being pulled high or low, so... it's fine. Well, that looks like a pin configuration to me. That looks like we've got everything. I think I forgot to compliment the gay lights. Thank you. And good morning, Hollow. How is the Hollow? So PA1, data in. Oh, PB1 is the other one, sorry. PA4 is another one that we could use. Well, not anymore we can, because we're using it here. So this can now go. PA2 we also can't use. Okay. This looks like a configuration. This looks like a potential configuration. I'm sure I'm missing something somewhere. I do still have PB1 unused. And I also have PC14 unused, even though it's behaving very weirdly. And we're still not touching 10 and 9, which I used for uploading the firmware and stuff, which is super, super, super nice. That means I might still be able to, like, upload firmware to it without any risk of interfering with existing things on the board, or like the other things. So these two I need, and I also need reset and boot, which are dedicated pins. These are the other things I need for uploading. Yeah, wow, would you look at that? I think that will actually do really nicely. I'm gonna make a note, needed for... Oh, wait a minute, I think I've already put this there, right? Firmware, yeah, 9 and PA9, PA10, yeah, these ones. Alright. Alright, let's call that 4 pins. So this total here is kind of irrelevant now, but because I wasn't counting some of these from before, but whatever. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whatever, let's just call it 10. Not including upload. 5, 7, 9, 10. What was I measuring differently before? Oh, I was assuming I didn't need one of these. So this was actually going to be 5 pins. So this actually would have had to be 5 pins for the reset. And this would have had to be 5 pins as well. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This would have been 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we're done. It doesn't really matter, we're doing this, we're doing this! I can't believe I was thinking of writing a library today and now it's 4:35 AM and I've not written a single line of the library, I think. Oh, right, I have these comments of mine that I copied over from the Arduino one. Does this count? It's just 3 lines of code. They're comments, but it counts, right? Hi, Sikata. Sikata Nastier. That is a really... That's great. Sick Nasty. I love your little N64 rotating models. Thank you. I just got them out of view. Sorry about that. I'll bring them back. Thanks. I've actually been thinking about updating them for like an extremely long time. Not the hard, not like the low poly parts. Just the little rotating part at the bottom, the circular thing. Making it so that it looks like they look like cat bowls basically. I wanted to make them look like little cat bowls, like cat food and water bowls. And then have the name of the person. Oh my goodness!
Thanks, Pauline, for this gift.
Oh my god! It's so loud! Well, one day I'll fix the vroom bug. The vroom is a bug, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know. It's not meant to be repeatedly saying vroom. It's because you can type clap and it plays clap sounds. And the vroom was meant to trigger a vroom sound, but accidentally the vroom sound keeps repeating just like the claps do. Anyway, excellent! Thank you very much for the resub! Hi! Welcome, welcome! Let me pat you as well. Pat, pat. Pants for the exit. With awkwardly flashing eyes. Oh my goodness! Elg as well! How's the LG doing? Welcome, welcome! Thank you very much for the resub as well. I feel... Why is it since I said how late it is, and with the implication that I might be ending soon, suddenly the people are resubbing? I very much appreciate it, but I just feel a bit guilty now that I'm going to be ending soon. I'm very sorry. But hi, I hope you're both alright. Hype train incoming. Twitch, stop this. Stop this forced, what's the word? Engagement bait. Stop this. Engagement bait and FOMO, hype, no, what's the word? Watch streaks and stuff. Stop it. Stop it. I just want to have a chill stream. It sucks you can't turn these things off. Actually, I don't know if you can turn off hype trains. I'm pretty sure you can't turn off watch streaks. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking of making them look like cat food or water bowls with the name of the person sort of with like an engraved effect on it using normal maps. Yeah, I thought that'd be cool. Or possibly not normal maps, but what's the other one? That is like what normal maps wish they could be. Sorry, I'm being silly. But it's like what bump map, depth map, height map, something like that. Get some sleeps. I will try soon. Comments don't count. God damn it. Understandable though. I'm doing okay. Just finished development tasks for my game yesterday. Just playtesting, QA, and marketing left. Oh yeah, right. If anyone wants to see like something like if anybody wants to watch someone who makes something like an actual finished goddamn project, can you believe it? Apparently it's possible to actually finish making a thing. I could never. Then Exodrifter is making, or slash has made, question mark, so I'm trying to type the shout out at the same time. Exodrift. I only have one language center in my brain. I can either type or I can be speaking. I can't do both at the same time. Making like a hidden objects game, something rather. No signal. And then censored. Please let the shout out work. Can I only get one shout out working before my entire... hang on, this is a genuine question. Have I like broken shout outs in the sense that the shout out works once and then I need to restart my streaming setup? Hold on, let me restart my streaming setup again. I just have to duplicate myself before I restart, apparently. Shush. Silence. We're gonna get this shout out working if it's the last thing I do. Nah, this isn't Twitch's fault. That's not Exodrifter. That's the fake Exodrifter. Shut up. Silence. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're not real. Exodrifter underscore. This is underscore gang. Underscore gang. Where you at? Oh, I just managed to do 2. There you are. Escape room. Escape room. That's the phrase, not hidden object. It was used to say hidden narrative. I didn't know what that meant, and I thought it was like hidden object or something. Anyway, escape room. I guess escape rooms tend to have hidden things in them as well. Anyway, so there you go. Anyway, no signal. Forgot the password to the one without the underscore. Oh, it was yours originally. Yeah, let me grab the link for it. Or I could just allow you to post the link. Okay, you can post the link now. I'm lazy, you can post it. Sorry, EXO. Yeah, links were blocked, so that last one didn't come through. There you are. There you go. Look at that. Actually making shit and selling it. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I mean, that's actually what I'm wanting to do with these. The little pet Long Yook thing eventually. If I can ever finish the project, it's a physical thing that I'd like to sell. Because, you know, I think it'd be an incredibly unique and thing, and hopefully cute, and maybe it will like last more than 1 month before it breaks. Anyway, unique, yeah. But yeah, I hope the LG is good as well. Displacement map? Displacement map sounds right. It's like all hobbies must become hustles. It's the law. This is the first thing that I am making that like anybody might ever have any chance of wanting. Like the previous things I've made are ridiculously niche and expensive. This one might not be. So I didn't like attempt to sell them or anything. Also because the amount of soldering someone would have to do is crazy. Oh, for people who haven't seen it, this is my previous project, which I still haven't quite finished in the sense of I haven't quite put all the things together onto one board yet, one physical wooden board. But it looks a little something like this. Nope, that's the breadboard. Where's the... Oh, hang on, this is the wrong folder. That is part of it. There's now a circuit board for that though. Thank you for the pats. Hi, Lucky Bear thing. So a circuit board of that got made, by the way. And it now looks like this when it's fully made. Nope, that's debugging. Do I not have a photo of the... What? How do I not have a photo of this? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to save this. It seems I just post a whole bunch of things in my Discord and I don't like even save them into this project folder. One sec, I'm having to search my own Discord to find my own photo now. What is this? From Yukia has... No, that's not me. Has image in creative and dev. Scrolling to find my own photos. There we are! Oh my god, there are so many that I should have saved. Okay, hold on. Let's get this up here. So one of them is this. This is the circuit board version of that breadboard thing you saw, plus a few things. It's an Arduino shield. So it sits on an Arduino, like this. This is before I soldered up the components. And I totally didn't accidentally almost not leave enough space to be able to put the thing on top. Look how close that board was to not fitting over this USB connector. And then when it was connected to things, yeah, these boards are the stupidly huge number of things to solder. And ta-da! There's the other side! Yay! Some big LED displays. This is a very nice, shiny project. Absolute polar opposite in terms of power consumption to the thing I'm trying to make now. Anyway. Maybe I should save these. Oh, hang on, a video as well. I do have a video of it, which is... This is an old video though, when there were only 3 displays and I hadn't finished programming them though, but... So it's showing things. So this is the music that's playing is my starting soon music, which is a MIDI that I made. And this is just showing what's happening on each MIDI channel. Although there are 16 MIDI channels, but this is, I only had 3 of the 4 boards made up here, so you can just see the first 12. On the right is when there are MIDI messages coming in on that channel. But yeah, like I said, this is before I finished programming. You can see there's like a bunch of stuff that is not even turned on these because I hadn't finished programming it. Anyway, yeah, this is like the default reset state of it. Now there's more stuff on that wasn't before. Anyway, I need to like put these all on a piece of wood or something to hold them all together in one cohesive thing instead of this thing that's just held together with these little wires there between them. By the way, if you ever want to join boards together, don't put screw terminals and then like have to put wires between them. That is god awful. I don't know why I didn't think of putting pins on one and a socket on the other so I can just go like flip. Instead of having to cut many wires of all of the right length, strip them all and put them in and like get them all to line up and then try and push them into the holes and then screw up every single screw. Speaking of screwing up, my decision, am I right? I'm saving these photos before I forget to this time. Thank you, Chaos. I like the art on the purple border. Thank you! Let me show you that in a sec. Professional tolerance is all planned, of course. Let me show you, 1 second. Let me just see if these are the things. Hold on. Saving. I can see them appearing. That's funny. Thank you for the posture check. There you go. Stretched cat. So yeah, I always try to put this little creature. By the way, this is actually related to what I'm doing right now. This is a Long Yook. This is this combination of emotes. Ta-da! I don't know if they're gonna fly across in the correct order. Nope, they're completely backwards. But in the Twitch chat you can see them. You saw one of those things for the first time the other day? Oh my goodness, like in the wild? That's super cool! Oh my goodness. So yeah, I try to put one of these on every board for good luck. So there's one here. But yeah, this is what I'm trying to... Why is this not smoothing? It's not. Oh yeah, this looked a little weird when it was zoomed out. Anyway, yeah, this is one. And there's also one on the big display boards. Ah, this was the first version which didn't work because I made a silly mistake. Anyway, there's one on the second one. It looks terrible there because of how the light's reflecting, but there you go, there's a better photo. This was these before they were soldered together. Some tests. Man, it all kind of came together in the end, huh? But I mean, it hasn't properly come together, but... I wouldn't say in the wild, more like a nature preserve. Clocks, Discord. I feel like I'm in a very small cluster of overlapping social groups. Ah, so you're from the you're from the green zone. The green circle zone, I see. Wait, that's weird of me to say because I was lucky enough to be invited to the green circle by Clonk. But yeah, this thing that I'm working on right now is the pet Long Yook thingy. This is this creature, but this is like I guess like a chibi version of it. Kinda has to be because the resolution's low. Got bitten by a man in Birkenstocks. So you got bitten by a man in Birkenstocks and a Hawaiian shirt, and the full moon transformations into an Emacs user. Eventually read it. I feel like this is a very specific reference that is going way over my head. I'm sorry. But thank you. That's not what I meant to click. Where was I? I was like looking at which one of these... Oh yeah, I think I finished this, didn't I? Wait, does that mean that I can now finally start programming? Does that mean that now, at this time, for 4:50 AM, with my room at 29 degrees, 0.2, apparently, I can finally begin programming? As much as I want to, I kind of should probably sleep, and more to the point, I need to like start letting this room cool down, because it's gonna take some time to cool down. Do the sleep, not program, don't kill the Yook. Look. No promises. The Yook is a fragile being. She can... wait, no, I'm probably gonna get banned from Twitch if I dare joke about these things. I like to play 4 AM by Cascada at 4 AM. Cascade, sorry, I was thinking of this artist for a second. It's a great pick-me-up. Interesting, I don't know that song. I said we're currently running off like 3 hours of sleep myself. Oh no! Pats. I'm sorry. That was me a few days ago. Ugh. Thoroughly unpleasant. Okay, so this one's still available to use. Let me just make a little note of unused. Unused. Why is there not a colon there? This is bugging me. So unused, we've got PA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 doesn't exist. 9 doesn't exist. 10, oh 9 does exist, sorry. 10, 11 and 12 don't exist. 13 and it's used, 14 is used, 15 is used, 16 doesn't exist because we started at 0. Then we've got PB1 is unused. There are no other PBs, are there? Then we've got PC. 14 is behaving weirdly. And 15 is being used. So that's it. PC 14 behaving weirdly. I can't believe there are only 2 pins unused currently. That doesn't leave many spares, does it? I'm sure I will have forgotten something. Oh shit! Right. I need another pin to be able to disconnect the audio stuff when not in use. I need to be able to turn off the amplifier and possibly active low pass filter if I'm using an active low pass filter to save power, except when I'm playing audio. So I would have to use another pin for that. Oh my god. Okay. I guess I'm gonna be using PB after all. Oh my goodness, okay. This leaves actually no pin spare if this is gonna keep on behaving weirdly. This is actually 2 pins. Oh my god, I can't believe I've already forgotten something. Like I've already used up my backup pin. This is not good. And before I have to like rejig some of this stuff, I guess I could also, if worst came to worst, what I could do is just use a switch to switch it into or out of programming mode. And that way, these pins could be connected either to like the external programming interface or to whatever internal stuff I want. And that way, I guess I could also trigger boot. You wouldn't need to connect that to an Arduino to pull that though. The switch could just switch it into boot mode. Okay, yeah. If push comes to shove and I run out of pins, I could do that. I'm just gonna put a note there saying, could use hardware switch to choose upload/run. Could allow pin reuse. I really want to fit this into a small line, but this is... There we are. Why not just do that anyways? That seems like the best way to do that. Maybe? I mean, you're gonna need special hardware to be flashing this anyway, unfortunately. I mean, an Arduino is not really special, but it's a separate piece of hardware, so... Also, there would need to be a three-pole switch. Can you even get, like, small SMD switches that are 3-pole? I get so little sleep, I'm used to the sleep deprivation. Oh man, pan. I also get such little sleep all the time, but I can't say I'm used to it. It's like, I mean, I'm used to it in the sense that it's common for me, but unfortunately I don't have like it doesn't help me function, the fact that I'm used to it. That would allow me to reuse this. Oh, but then just using these pins, I could use these for just debugging purposes as well. I mean, like printing to a console kind of thing, not this special dedicated debug stuff. Also, yeah, having these connected means I won't be able to use the software debug thingy. Maybe adding a switch for that's a good idea as well. It doesn't suck when I'm used to it. Man, isn't it funny how people just seem to... Similar people seem to gather. You know, it's like streamer, like viewer, but like, even if you don't talk about things, I guess just the way you act, there's some bias in the way you act due to things like sleep issues. Or perhaps the sleep issues are a common side effect of another way that you act. I don't know how to explain it. More like the sleep issues and something else that share a common cause. And maybe people are attracted because of the programming stuff, but maybe it's common for programmers to get crap sleep, and so you end up with a streamer and viewers who both have crap sleep. It's kind of funny. A side effect of being awesome? I'll take your word for it. Could do some clever circuit that turns off the audio when no PWM signal is generated for some time. Might be overkill. Yeah, I'm worried about it drawing a bit more power as well. Also, did I ever see a Hi Lucky Bear thing? Hi Lucky Bear thing. Sleep schedule is whooped. Yep. I don't need to say same here when I've just said that it's like... Oh my goodness, hang on, we're about to see the turn of 5 AM if I'm pressing this button soon enough. Oh! Wow, that's a low frame rate. Oh, now, do you realize we've now just got to sit here waiting? Can't believe I've done this. No one else awake to disturb the late night hackathon. That is a really nice thing. Like, the lack of disturbances is super nice. Super nice. 2 hellos. Hi, Lucky Bething. Welcome. Oh my goodness, thank you, Azrael, for the pets. Why would the switch need to be 3 pull? On, off, upload. No, not 3 throw, 3 pull. So it needs to switch. Oh shit, I just looked away for 1 moment and it went 5 AM. Ah! Well, okay, that's it. I have to stream till 6 AM now. Gotta catch the next hour. Yeah, one to
cheese
to change the spin, 1 to do the reset, 1 to do the transmit. Why cheese? So one of them would switch boot 0 between low and high. One of them would switch cheese. One of them would switch cheese. One of them would switch PA10 between like an external receive pin and something else. And one would switch PA9 between the external transmit pin and something else. Hi Astrolite! Welcome. Why cheese? Why? What is the meaning of this? What can this please remove itself? Ah!
cheese
No, by tracking! I want to see what happens when my hand is behind it as it falls. I can't get it back now. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Cheese.
cheese
Man. I'm torn between the cute cheese sounds and the fact that there's cheese being thrown at me. Oh, it's a PB1. I want something like this too. Let's say enable. Like amp / low pass filter.
cheese
Enable. Why the cheese? 2 pins. This could be PB1.
Cheese.
It's for you and your sleep schedule's good. Wait, what? Does the cheese make my sleep schedule good? Dreams or hi, welcome. Cheese until you go sleep. Okay, fine. I think I had a proper note about this over here actually. PA10 and then like with extra with hardware switch for uploading PA10 and PA9 possibly. We might do it that way. Yeah. Yep. Everything else should still work if these 2 are disconnected though, right? I have to choose something that's not gonna have catastrophic consequences if they're disconnected for programming. This is held low by a pull down resistor. So it wouldn't matter if we're not booting. So it wouldn't matter, yeah, it wouldn't matter if the bootloader is running. Therefore, we're never touching that pin. Yeah, that should stay fine. PC, wait, hang on. PC15. This floats by default, right? This one floated by default, right? This is actually really important. I need to make sure PC15 floats by default. PC15. Oh, output data is the OD. Oh no, mode is actually what I care about. Yeah, all other pods. Okay, it should be good. Alright, I should probably end stream somewhere around now. Kitty-strophic? Oh, cat-astrophic. Oh my god, the cat buns. No. No. So in total now, this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. But 12, 11, not including these. I can't believe how, like... Oh, by the way, we might not be using this one, so we might get this pin back. We might get that back. Yeah, I can't believe that I've already used up all of the pins. Really nothing special for these. Also, if I really wanted... Oh no, that'd be a bit of a... I could save one pin by making this and this share this and this. I have to be really careful though. I guess I'm gonna add resistors just in case. You know, in case there's a conflict where I'm trying to send stuff at the same time as this is trying to send stuff because of a programming error. Yeah, I don't think it'd be worth it either. Because it would save these 2 pins, but then I need another enable pin. Or like a, you know, a direction pin basically. Out from STM or in from... into STM from there. Okay, I went over the stream. Bye bye, Exo. I gotta go as well. Man, I should stop hanging around. I can't believe I didn't do any of the programming. Actually, that's a lie. I can totally believe it. Let me see if the audio is working again, actually, because I wasn't able. I realized that the audio was behaving, or just super quiet, and I think it's because I had something connected to a wrong pin, and I fixed a connection on there, but I haven't tested it yet. I just inhaled myself. So let's get the main thing running, and this should do some things and test sleep and blah 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 blah, and eventually it should start speaking. So let's see if audio works again. I'm gonna connect audio. This is the audio output of the board, which should play a little bit of speech. Using this circuitry, this breadboard's a little bit more busy now. Also, the resistors and stuff are like low down now. Also, there's like this cursed stuff is less cursed somewhere else. It's not abusing this rail and stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna connect the audio. And where's my USB cable? There it is. Actually, I should test that the audio through OBS is even working. One sec. Extra. Advanced audio properties. Extra is set to monitor and output. Okay, in that case I might be able to hear it when I touch it. It's being gated. There it is. Sorry. Okay, it's plugged in. And you should hear precisely nothing, maybe a click when I connect power. And let's upload. Wait, am I calling the correct thing now? Yeah, I am. Nice. That was the PWM starting, which might now be blasting out a very high-pitched sound around 16 kilohertz, and then eventually... There it is! Sorry. And now it changes the clock speed down. Wait, why did it not change the clock speed? Why did it not change the clock speed? I thought I fixed this! Why is it not changing? don't know why it's not changing. Is this time it gonna work? It is. With a 16 kilohertz, a really high-pitched squeak, which I know is going to be destroying some people's ears, so I've unplugged it. Okay, so for some reason, the very first time, it did not change the CPU speed down. Why? Why? I thought I fixed this horrible inconsistency. Or intermittent bug of it sometimes not changing CPU speed. That's really, really bad. That's horrible. That's awful. Why is it doing that? God. Fuck. I don't know why it's not working. That's really bad that it's not working. Thank you for the pats. And the hydration. And the posture check. And the saving of the kidneys. I'm gonna end the stream now, so I will go and save the kidneys, so I can refund you that one. I will, however, hydrate. Long Yook has a very nice singing voice. Thanks.
Cheese.
Oh, hang on. Can I show you the Ask Long Yook redeem? It's disabled right now, but I can enable it. I have to do something special to make it work, so... I have it off by default because it uses a bunch of VRAM. Why cheese? Anyway, let me do a thing. Okay, the thing is starting up now. Watch my VRAM suddenly jump. Whoop. Vroom. It's actually gradually uploading now. I don't know why. It used to gradually fill up. But yeah. Oh, it's still not quite done. Okay, I guess it's done now. So now if I enable the redeem... So this is a locally running, very small, large language model that's just trying to act like the Long Yook. I think I might need to change the prompt slightly because it's not as good as it used to be. I don't know what I did. I changed it at some point to try to improve it and I made it worse. Such is the way of the Yook. Also, such is the gambling of machine learning stuff. But anyway. Yeah, this is not quite finished yet. I want to have a speech bubble appear eventually. I bet some people are sick and tired of me saying this disclaimer every single time I enable this redeem because it's been so long since I said that I wanted to do this. You install a new graphics card and your memory leaks out. What? Hold on, where's the Twitch? Can you load the page, please? Okay. But I'm thinking of making this like a mini game, not really a mini game, but like an 8-ball kind of thing. Where you can just ask a question and she'll respond with something random built into this little Tamagotchi thing. So it's super... Okay. Wait, let's save the kidneys, not... I clicked the wrong thing. How old are you? Question mark. I'm gonna ask Long Yook how old she is. Oh, actually, I say, when is your birthday? And then you'll see some things happen. She starts animating on. In the meantime, it's like preparing a bunch of things.
When is your birthday?
Yook birthday. Yook like yummy cake.
What she tried to say was Yook birthday soon. Yook like yummy cake. Unfortunately, the voice is shit, which is also local. Because I massively overtrained it on sentences beginning with Yook. And she's now doesn't know, she basically hardly knows how to say anything but that.
Have you been fed today?
Hungry, need food, yummy, please.
Anyway, there you go. There's the little ask Long Yook thingy. I make it send the response, like this response in the chat later to try to avoid blast all. feed her geese? Oh. What?
Someone called you blessed. What do you think about that?
You cannot understand. Bless. You like yummy cheese.
Why? Why does she have to mention the cheese? Every time is dangerous for me. I think it's time to sleep
Cheese.
now. Good night. So yeah, basically it makes a response and then
I think it's time to sleep now. Good night.
You good night sleep. Socks. Sauce.
oh no,
Yuksa.
no,
Yuksa.
no, she's stuck. She's trying to say this. So there you could hear how overfitting it was because of all the sentences that began with Yook. When it was trying to pronounce this and it didn't know how to pronounce it, it just started saying all various things that sounded like Yook and Yook no at the beginning because, you know, that's something it has heard many times during training, unfortunately. So I think I'm gonna like try to remove a whole bunch of those sentences that I read for her because it's just destroying her capability to say other things. No, why would you do that?
Yuk sleepy, says Yuk, says you, sneeze Yuk. Same day, tints you.
Nah, she's just sleepy. I guess that is how she snores, huh? Well said. Even the Robo-Yook, not the Long Yook, struggles with the zzz. Okay, let's find someone to pass you on to. Whose hands would you like me to leave you in? This is a very strange message. I don't even know how to respond to this. I don't want to look at this to spoil myself.
Whose hands would you like me to leave you in?
Hans, brave Murphy. Hans no good. Leave me alone.
No! 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 Okay, I scared her. Anyway, yeah, tries to like choose a thing as well. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Okay, let me look for someone else to raid, otherwise I'm gonna be doing this all night. I'm implying a night's not already over.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
You okay now? You no bad, no scare.
No bird, no scare is what she tried to say. That's partially because of some example sentences where she got scared about a bird. Because she's a worm-like creature, right? So she's scared of birds, I guess. Anyway, who can I pass you on to? Let's see, let's have a look. Ooh, wait a minute, I haven't had a chance to raid into Freedom Studio before because she's in Australia, if I remember rightly. But now, because I'm streaming at such a ridiculous time, yeah, she is. Wait, did I say because she's streaming at a ridiculous time? I meant to say because I'm streaming at a ridiculous time. She's been going for 3 hours 46 already. I think I'm gonna pass you on to the thing being small, crude, and offline. Honestly, but it's so firmly within cute robot territory. Thanks. You can tell when I was looking at the stream. You can see my graphics card was decoding it. That's kind of cool.
Parts the Long Yook.
Parts.
Oh. You feel good.
Wait, she actually kind of said that correctly though. I thought she was struggling to say something, but no, she was literally reading the text correctly. Nice. You're an adorable little thing. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I'm gonna turn off the reading now. If I can find
You're
it.
an adorable little thing.
You happy, you like you.
Oh my god, okay, I actually wasn't expecting her to say that correctly because there's the word you, which is like Yook, but But yeah, I thought she'd accidentally say a K sound at the end there. Anyway, thank you all very much for being here. I'm gonna close this now and free up a bit of VRAM. And then end the stream. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. Sorry I didn't actually do what the title says I was gonna do. Like, I tried, and then I realized, wait a minute, I need to know what pins I'm gonna be controlling. And then apparently it took me several hours just to work out what pins I'd be using. So maybe next time I'll actually start writing the library. Who could possibly tell? Not me. I couldn't even tell what pins I'd be using. Haha. I love how she wriggles on the screen. Thank you. That's partially as like a thing to cover up for the fact that it's like running the LLM, and then after the LLM's done, it can... Wait, no. Immediately it allows itself to read the question, but also immediately it's... So, okay. Flowchart is kind of branching asynchronous thingies, so it's like immediately it starts rendering the speech of the question, and she starts sliding onto the screen, and it starts running the LLM for an answer. Once she slid onto the screen, it can start reading the question as soon as the question is ready, and as soon as it's finished rendering the questions audio, it starts rendering the responses audio. So it sort of looks a little bit like a bunch of things happening as quickly as they can, but you know, as each one's done, it unlocks the ability for it to go further in the animation. This is like never really noticeable unless you ask like either a question where it needs to re-prompt the LLM a few times, which happens if like the LLM goes off track, because machine learning is just gotcha and sometimes it doesn't give the response it wants. The response my program wants, that is. Like if it goes off track before it's listed what all the emotions are, my program will like crop the response up until a point where the LLM went off target, and then like put what word should be next. Like for example, if it went off track after just only saying happy : then it'll put like the next word, for example, despair : or something. I don't remember the order of the things. Anyway, it tries to get it back on track, and if that fails a few times, that can possibly delay things. Anyway, nobody asked. Literally nobody asked. Not that people need to ask. That would be ridiculous. Otherwise, nobody would stream if they had to wait for people to ask for them to stream at the beginning. Anyway, I'm gonna let my room cool down now. It's kind of late. My coders don't code. Your coders don't code. Wow. GG. Fun stream. Thank you. It's a little bit all over the place, especially at the end. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you. Okay, how much you wanna bet that this shout out is not gonna work? Because it's usually been the case that I've done a shout out, and then like if I left it a few minutes, shout out was completely balked. So let's see if it works this time. Oh my god, I need to just shout it out one of the Long Yook's responses instead of this. Boop. Is it gonna work? Oh my god! Oh, I thought it was working for a second. Your response, I thought, was the thingy. Okay, it's once again not working. So, what is the 6th or 7th time this stream? I'm gonna disappear into the void. I'm reloading. Ta-da! So I don't think it was because of Event Sub that it failed, right? Firstly, it doesn't use Event Sub for shoutouts, and secondly, redeems were still working. Like, you know, all those Ask Long Yook redeems are working. So I really don't know why shoutout didn't work. Anyway, here's where we're going. Ta-da! We are going to see this cool person who's working on software and game dev as well. I'm not entirely sure what it is. Oh my goodness, she's looking at PyShock right now. Is she actually? That's interesting. That's like a kind of Python API thingy for... Wait, is it not? I don't know if it's Python or not. For controlling like a shot color thing, which is just a thing that some people put on their VR chat avatars, which is probably against VR chat TOS, but who cares? I'm not a VR chat dev. I'm not gonna snitch. I'm not saying that she's doing it for her own thing. I'm saying that this is something that people do. apparently. I'm in a community where some other people have. Anyway, this is very weirdly going off topic. That's not what she's working on right now. It was just a thing that happened to flash over her screen while she's working on something else. What is happening? Why is the audio playing? Shut up. Anyway, I'm not sure what she's doing. She makes like worlds and avatars and things for a VTubing software. That's what she usually does. Anyway, I don't even know what she's working on today. I have no idea. Maybe she's ending stream. Maybe this is about to be disastrous, so I'm not going to raid into her and she's going to end immediately. Who knows? Anyway, that's where we're going. Let me actually start the raid. I forgot to start the raid. I've been blabbering for so long, which I usually do to fill the gap before the thing runs out, that I forgot to actually start the raid. Now I'm gonna blabber for like 30 more seconds. Okay, wait, this gives me a chance to work out what the raid message should be. What should the raid message be? Something to do with Long Yook. How about Long Yook has blessed this stream, and if you have access to these emotes, then you can feel free to use these emotes. Otherwise, if you do not have access to those emotes, then please use this emoji if you want to, which is the worm emoji, because she's a little worm-like creature. But yeah, that's gonna be the raid message. Long Yook has blessed this stream, which I did not make up, by the way. I don't have the imagination to think of that. Yui Shaw, who was in there earlier, used this as a raid message in the past. Yeah, okay, that's gonna be all. You all take care. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. You all take care. I'll be streaming again as soon as I can. I also want to do the charity stream for raising money for cats protection. But that's not today, obviously, because I'm ending stream right now. Alright, bye. Hi, City River. Bye, City River. Hi, Crazy Kitty. Bye, Crazy Kitty.